Macera. Macera.
My friends, welcome back to the game library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and as ever, I would just like to start the stream off with a single question. And today's question of the day is, what do you feel is one of the greatest challenges facing games preservation today? I was having a very interesting conversation with a good friend and fellow creator, and we were kind of talking about how there's a lot of overlap between the asks of developers and game preservationists and even people purporting consumer-based movements like Stop Killing Games. And in that conversation, he knows a lot more about game preservation than I do, but I was trying to kind of isolate, like, what are we asking for exactly here? What is it about the ask of games preservation that makes it unique compared to something like Stop Killing Games, compared to something like, say, just a developer wanting to retain their creator rights and everything like that? Copyright law is very old, and it can be incredibly obtuse. I saw Dragon in the chat. I saw Conan checking in as well. My friends, thank you so much for dropping in. I do see 1 minus IQ dropping in as well. Thank you so much for checking in, my friends. Conan answering the question of the day. Oh, I saw Rowan as well. I don't want to forget Rowan. Welcome in. Okay, Conan answering the question of the day. It's a loaded question, I agree, it is a loaded question, but if there's anything I picked up from GOG, rights and licensing. Ooh, good one. You're catching on. Good, good. The easiest example is Black and White 1 and 2, which are locked in IP prison by EA and whatever else. Then there's also Monolith's Spy Game, which is dealing with similar No One Lives Forever, yeah, and so forth, are much harder because they are a blocking point for some preservation stuff. And hell, we don't know what other games might be unlocked in these vaults, never to see the light of day. Yeah, well, and here's the other thing, right? Audibel PT kind of mentioned this when we were playing Sanctum earlier this week, and that is, nobody, like, knows about this game. Like, nobody even knows to want to play it. It's completely obfuscated from the conversation around gaming, and this is something that I've been thinking about a lot, which is, you know, we're never going to play every game ever made. I don't think that, even if that is someone's goal, it's kind of impossible. It's kind of unobtainium in a way. And I think that many of my commenters on videos, they are right in a sense, and that is, to preserve a game is to provide someone with the option of playing it. But I think the role of someone like me is to let people know what is out there so that they can know to want to play it. That's something that is very, very important. So, licensing issues are definitely a huge defining factor, but also the average gamer either doesn't know about games preservation, they might just not care, and are happy to be playing what they like and being content. Yes, so this is something I actually had to give my head a shake a little bit about this. And that's the perspective Dragon has just highlighted, which is, not everybody wants this. You know, it's kind of in my head because I'm so historically minded. I have this idea in my head where I'm just like, well, of course people want to preserve history. But what's interesting about the learning of history is you begin to realize how little that people do actually want that. Half of the history that we have lost to time is due to negligence. Specifically due to negligence. So, due to my own capriciousness, I forget that sometimes. Because I am inclined towards the preservation of history. I'm inclined towards that direction due to the fact that I've studied history, due to the fact that I play retro titles, in large part. I do play modern games, but retro titles have definitely taken the majority of the games that I've been playing lately. And it's interesting, the idea that, you know, we don't, like, that's why advocacy is so important. Is because those people that don't really want games preservation, they don't really care. You know, people like us, people who love games like Morrowind and Thief, the Wheel of Time games just got mentioned in chat. These things being mentioned, those are important to us for one reason or another. We have kind of ascribed importance to the retro category or to the history of video games, so on and so forth. You know, many of us are, you know, pushing 30 at this point, and we have ascribed importance to things that, well, frankly speaking, were from our childhood. They're 15 years old at this point, sometimes older. And maybe our parents were gamers. My dad was a gamer, so stuff that came from the 90s and even sometimes the 80s, I ascribe importance to that as well. So I have a lot of, oh, we have a bot. Could we please ban the bot? I do not need bots, stream boo. I have viewers. Oh my god. Twice. Thank you very much for that, Dragon. Good lord. Yeah, maybe worse than a Taffer. Maybe worse than a Taffer. But we've ascribed this kind of massive importance to formative experiences that we've had, and I have to remind myself that there's actually many people. I was reminding myself in the script for my recent video as well. There are a lot of people that interact with revisionist media because they can't quite get into the old stuff, but they feel like they can attain what the old stuff represents by playing revisionist media. So it's on us to, you know, I think it's important to accept that some people just don't like certain games. I think that's actually a very important thing to accept. But at the same time, we shouldn't stop providing an olive branch to those people. We shouldn't stop introducing these people to that media. Because, and I stress this experience specifically because it's true of, I think, a lot of people. I didn't like Morrowind when I first played it. There are actually a lot of games that I did not enjoy my first time throwing the disc in my console and booting up the game, or purchasing the game on Steam and booting it up. There are a lot of things that I didn't enjoy at one point. It's like food. I think this is actually a good analogy, right? You didn't always eat your peas. You know, you didn't eat your broccoli, you didn't eat your green veggies. Your parents had to fight with you to get you to have vegetables. And now that you're an adult, your taste buds have matured, and you now have many of the vegetables that it used to be like pulling teeth to get you to eat those things. You now seek them out. You like them, you want them. So I think that this is also an important thing, is just because someone says no to a video game at one point in their life, it doesn't mean they're going to say no to it forever. So it's important to, in the efforts to preserve a video game, you should be actively pushing this kind of aged media and being like, hey, like, I don't know if you think this will be good or not, but maybe you will like this. So, here. Squishy Bunny, welcome in. I see Malthus as well. Ooh, Dragon has an interesting point. Just think about the 1965 MGM Vault Fire. There were so many films that are most likely lost forever, and only the most dedicated fans are the only people who care. Can you imagine how hurt the creators of some of these films feel? And people just take that for granted. Yes. And I think that There is an aspect of honoring a memory that happens here. Like, it's not just the... Oh, no. All good, Rowan. All good. You know what? I ask very cerebral questions of the day, and a lot of people value that for a lot of different reasons, but there are a lot of people that just like listening to the conversation and reading the conversation around the question of the day. I'd like to provide an experience for both. So if you don't feel that you're able to weigh in, I do not take offense to that at all. I do. And actually, I would argue that most people don't. Either they don't feel they have the expertise, or maybe they're just tired, like you said, not being in the correct headspace and everything like that. I think that the conversations of, I'm just going to say academics because I do consider myself a bit of an academic, high-level conversations, let's just say that. I think that they are enjoyable to watch. I think I like to watch enjoyable debates. I like to watch university-facilitated debate stages where the audience will debate with a professor or something like that. And I like university for that reason. I really miss university because that was a situation where I was able to sit down and I was able to interact with people who knew more stuff than I did. And I don't necessarily consider myself at that point per se, but I would like to get to the point that I know more about games preservation than the average bear. And I think that that's an important aspect of my stream, and I like that there are people. I actually like that there are people who don't weigh in. I do like that because, again, I'm trying to provide an experience for everyone. If you guys aren't typing, I just assume you're listening. Malthus coming in with an answer to the question of the day. Okay, so several thoughts here. There are so many older games that people aren't aware of and have no feasible way of learning about. True. There is thus little incentive or demand to preserve them for people who might not want to see them anyway. Further, people have enough personal issues at hand. We can't expect them to care about older games, or video games in general. Debt, health, etc. So less reason to be invested, thus less demand to do so, less worth the effort for those with the means to. Yes. And I think this is true of history in general. Malthus, as someone who is historically minded, as I am, you will sympathize with this. There is much of the history that you and I have studied that people just do not care about. They simply, like, why does the Battle of the Plains of Abraham matter? Why does the War of the Roses matter? Why does the history of the drafting of the Magna Carta matter to me today? In my everyday life, genuinely, what does that history matter? And it is a fair question to ask, especially from the perspective of these people. But it is on those who do have a mind and a capacity to have these conversations, to, as I've said in the past, to outreach, to do advocacy, and to simply be available when people free up. As welcome in. The Magna Carta is more important today than when it was written. Fight me. But here's the thing. And I will insist upon this point. For most people, a lot of these historical documents, how does that affect you in your everyday life? Like, your perceived experience. I'm not talking about possibilities. I'm talking about you drove to work, You clocked in, you started your shift,
Masera.
maybe someone said something rude to you, you ate your lunch, did a bit more work, scrolled your phone for a little bit, you drove home, you kissed your dog. You know, within that context, within that purview, what does that stuff matter? What does that history matter? And why should I care about the fact that I can't play E.T. for the Atari 2600? It's a fair enough question. It is a fair enough question. I love engaging with academic, thought-provoking topics. I just usually engage with the questions. So I figured it would be prudent to say, yeah, no, all good, Rowan. Yeah, like I said, all good. Malthus continuing the answer to the question of the day. In addition, from the historical angle, there are, unsurprisingly, a lot of people with little perception or interest in history. There we go. Malthus, I'm beginning to believe you are me. We have a lot of the same thoughts, my friend. A lot of the same thoughts. Again, most people have their priorities. Not by choice or necessity. Further, although games are less up to interpretation, history often is preserved in a certain angle. Someone's interpretation might be preserved as opposed to others. I think that there's a saying with this, right, which is history is written by the winners. And I think that in modern history, the study of history today, I should say, there is more of a insistence on attempting to find lost knowledge. So not necessarily engaging with the accessible history, with, you know, the history written by the winners, but trying to look past that and trying to find something a little more deep, right? So I have the Lombard laws. Let's see, let's try and find it. Oh, where do I keep you? Where is my Lombard laws? Ah, there they are. A little bit buried. So, I have the Lombard laws here, right? So, what I'm talking about within the study of the modern study of history, kind of the more contemporary angle on history, is not so much what is the Lombard laws. The angle is reading the individual laws. How did this affect people? And can we find documents that talk about how this stuff affected people? So the thing with games preservation is we have not even achieved step one, right? This is a video game. This is the historical document, the primary source of that history, the thing that affected people, right? You then need to find secondary sources based off of this that say, okay, well, here's the primary source. How did that affect people? What were people saying about it? Were there newspapers? Were there diaries? Were there journals? So on and so forth. And we have a lot, I would say that with video games preservation, we kind of have a weird situation where it's kind of the opposite issue that we have with regular human video games are a part of regular human history. Shall we say the standard conceptualization of human history. So within that standard framework, a lot of us are trying to find primary sources, and then we look for secondary sources, and those are what are hard to find. The secondary sources tend to be fairly hard to find because it belonged to someone who wasn't very important. It belonged to someone who, their great-grandson found it in the attic and threw it out. So it's very, very hard to find. With video games preservation, we kind of have well, it's inverse, is what I would posit that it is inverse. So we have a lot of video game essays online right now. You know, I mentioned E.T. for the Atari. A lot of people have made video essays on that game, and it shows the game. It talks about the game very in depth on the perceptual level of the individual who has played the game. But is the primary source for that as accessible? Perhaps E.T. being an example, perhaps not, but perhaps it is. Perhaps that video game is very poorly preserved and this person just happened to have a copy, right? I have a disc, you don't. And my disc is not decompiled, so it's not publicly accessible. So I am making an assessment on this thing, and you have to believe me because you can't experience this thing for yourself. And within the conversation of history, that does happen. That does happen a lot. The world is better without E.T. for the Atari 2600. I don't even know if it's for the Atari 2600. It might be. Or it might be, what came after the 2600? I think it was the, was it the 5600 that followed the Atari 2600? I don't have the knowledge just in my head. Oh, it is. Okay, good. I'm not wrong. I knew that. 5200. Okay, there we go. Yeah, 5200, then 7800. Yeah. That particular phrase of history by the victors, I've seen colleagues being engaged with numerous times, and in specific debunking it. The myth of the clean Wehrmacht and lost cause of the Confederates are examples of why the saying in question is not universally true. Or, yeah, I would agree. I would agree. And I think that that phrasing is definitely something that I think we are only able to challenge it because of the work of historians. So, again, if we did not have context, if we did not have documentation, this is why history is important. These documents provide context. These documents facilitate the ability to converse about these issues at a high level because we have information that debunks these sayings. So if I said history is written by the victors and the documents that Malthus just cited weren't discovered, would we be having this is why making primary sources and secondary sources and hell, even tertiary sources is important. So the preservation of video games, there's that history perspective, there's that art perspective, you know, the history of human creation and innovation, because video games are technology as well. It has so many facets to it that make it interesting, but I think that just makes what Malthus said earlier even more poignant. Even with all of that put into context, and I can say that to someone, but if you are having a bad day, if you are hungry, if you are ill-housed, if any of this stuff is happening in your life, you go, okay, well, spin on it. You know, you just don't care. And I think that, again, this is where advocacy comes in. My job is not to convince you today. My job is to plant a seed and make sure that what has planted that seed is supported games preservation is important. I need to provide documents. I need to provide games. I need to provide conversations so that we can continue to speak on the primary, secondary, and tertiary sources. So that if you get to a good place where you can have a conversation, you are able to, because this stuff does have importance. It's just you might not be able to recognize that importance in the moment. And I studied history, guys. Like, I've devoted a large part of my life to the study of this stuff. And there were days where I was reading and I was going, okay. You know, like, I'm just not feeling it today. So, like, right? The most difficult part of being in a bad headspace is making sure, right. And I think that's like a personal development conversation that kind of exits the history conversation, I would say. But again, keeping it to the games preservation conversation, I think it's very important to just make sure that this stuff doesn't go away. And that it is available for someone who is able to ascribe importance to that thing and support it in the way that a lot of us do. Font Crams, welcome in. Yeah, no, all good, my friend. All good. Enjoy the lurk. Enjoy the lurk. Oh, by then the Sega Master System. Yeah, the Sega. What blew my mind is that in some countries the Sega Master System is still being produced. I think it's Brazil. I think it's Brazil that still produces the Sega Master System. Now, I did see an answer to the question of the day from JerkOps, which I do want to speak on. Online connectivity requirements, in addition to expiring licenses, are a big challenge for a lot of games these days. And even if a game is on GOG, they're subject to the same challenge of being delisted and licenses expiring. Yes, I think that, and this was part of the conversation I was having with a friend earlier today, and that is that these laws need updating. And my friend's thought was that after about a decade, provided that the original IP holder no longer supports said game or has a commercially available copy of said game, that game should be opened to community support. I don't think developers and publishers should necessarily be required to preserve their own media. I don't think that's a realistic ask, especially when they can't commercially ask for it. So, like, Nintendo has Ocarina of Time, the original version, available. Now, if Nintendo decided to list the Ocarina of Time remake and delist Ocarina of Time, after that delisting point, and after a certain passage of time, there should be a requirement on Nintendo to retain the data until the copyright lapses, and then that data will be provided to the community so that they can support the media. And I think that provides kind of a good middle ground, I would say. I very much agreed with my friend when they made this, and perhaps I'm misrepresenting, but I don't feel that I am. Online games, though, online connectivity is interesting because when it comes to World of Warcraft, for example, it's a game a lot of people love. What version of that are you preserving? And this is a hotly debated topic within the WoW community, right? A lot of classic versions of these games are being shipped.
Sarah.
And Neil, welcome in. Also, I saw Yorm. I don't want to... I do see you. Yays, welcome in. But these games are actually these games are very ephemeral. And even with the remastered editions of these games, you're not preserving the original game. So, if Frozen Throne, in its original iteration, is no longer available, what do we do with that from a copyright perspective? Because WoW is still being produced. It is still commercially available, just not the version you want. So what do we do about that? And where I think Stop Killing Games kind of misses the script on this, because the pendulum is swinging, right? So right now, there's like a favoring of the original developer. And I think that what Stop Killing Games is trying to do is they're trying to swing it all the way to the consumer. They say they're not, but if you look at what they're actually asking for, a lot of like source code and stuff like that, it's kind of what they're asking for. And they're not necessarily trying to legislate in the way that I'm asserting, which is developer keeps their intellectual property, keeps the ability to release more games and all this good stuff. But after a certain point where the developer has evidenced they are no longer willing to support said game, it then opens up to community support. But there needs to be like a timeline. There needs to be, Ocarina of Time remake has come out. Original Ocarina of Time is no longer supported. We legally require Nintendo to retain that data. Then it will be made commercially available. But here's the deal. If that game is commercially available, if Ocarina of Time is provided and preserved by Nintendo, I think there should be legal ramifications for, emulating that game. Because the preserved media is available. And you're choosing not to support the preserved media that is commercially available. You're choosing to subvert that and find another route. So I think that asking a developer to be okay with Ocarina of Time, which is commercial, I'm using this as an example because it's widely available. That available version, if that's being subverted, I don't think there should be no recourse for the developer in that situation. I think there should be some recourse. Especially, let's use an indie-ish example, Hollow Knight. Imagine Hollow Knight still commercially available, but it's 15 years from now, but it's still commercially available, and it's still supporting the developer financially. If someone chooses to subvert that version of the game and emulate it on a more modern piece of hardware, do you think in a software copyright lawsuit, the copyright holder should be obligated to produce a preserved, maintained copy of the product in question? Okay, so to frame your question in the way that I'm hearing it, so there's a lawsuit, and let's do a game that isn't very well preserved. Vampire Hunter D for the PlayStation 1. It's not a very well preserved game. So if someone decides to decompile that off of their copy of the game and emulate it, make it available on archive, and allow people to download that, if the developer of that game sued the emulator, they should be able to provide a preserved and available copy of that source code, decompiled data, etc., etc. That's what you're saying. I think ironically, a lot of developers, especially from the 90s and stuff, a lot of developers wouldn't be able to do that. Even with games that are still commercially available today. There are a lot of games that do not have well-kept data. There's a lot of games like that. Proof that they still have access to the original copyrighted item. Yeah, they have source code. Yeah, they have a version of the game that is not just the game, but is basically a game that they could recompile, kind of thing. Like, they have the developer version of that game, as opposed to just, yeah, we have a copy of the disc. It's like, no, we could, like, print this game today, if someone asked. Reminds me of something CD Projekt Red. Too many companies have lost. Yeah, record keeping has, like, the MGM fire was cited earlier in the stream. That is the game industry. Like, you need to understand this. The MGM fire has happened in the video games industry multiple times across multiple developers and multiple companies. I'm glad to hear that, Rowan. I'm very glad to hear that. Hopefully the conversation has helped. Looking at you, Bloodborne rumors. Well, and here's the thing, like, a lot of the people asking for a Bloodborne remaster, they're not asking for a preserved game. They're asking for a different version of Bloodborne. And yeah, it might play the same. It might play the same, but is that the original version of the game? It's not. And like, a lot of people balk at my stipulation with that, but it's true. If you look at the source code, if you look at the DNA of these video games, shit gets changed. When you ask for 60 frames per second, shit gets changed. When you ask for 4K, shit gets changed. The game is not the same. The game does not behave the same. And you might say, well, that doesn't matter because the experience is the same. One of the rumors is they lost. I would not be surprised. I would not at all be surprised. The MGM fire happened because of pure stupidity. Nitrate film is stupidly flammable, so they put all these films in a concrete vault without a sprinkler system, which cooked those reels like an oven. Yeah. Yep. And you will find that a lot of areas that keep records are like that. Personal tangent, but relevant. Often enough, I get marginally annoyed by the surface level, at best, knowledge of history, or rather semi or inaccurate pop history misinformation perpetuated and passed as factual by most people, who either have heard it somewhere, or read it on... Sorry, I'm losing... Scrolled. Or read it on Wikipedia, or that one pop history book famous for that particular topic, but I can't fault them for it. I can't expect them to search, read, and buy, by money and time invested, articles and books on the subject to get an accurate picture. They have more pressing concerns and lives to take care of, money in the bank, families to take care of, money to carefully spend, and time sparely allotted to stuff like that. Actually and directly, 100%. 100%. I think that the reason that games preservation is, and actually, like, insofar as preservation of any kind is important to you guys, I'd be interested to hear in the chat, like, why it is important to you guys. Like, why do you think... I've asked this before, but, like, outside of video games, like, what is the history of video games? What does that contribute to? Like, why is that important? I'm doing good, Raffi. Quinn, my corgi, she is very arthritic right now, so she's not feeling good. And when she's not feeling good, I'm a little bit... Like, there's a little worry wart on the back of my head right now, and part of my attention is listening upstairs for if she decides to walk around and everything. The problem with Quinn is she's arthritic, but she still tries to jump, climb the stairs, all this kind of stuff, and then she twinges herself, she hurts herself, kind of thing. So I am a little bit like, one ear is pointed upstairs, and I'm just like, okay, like, do I hear the tippy taps of corgi feet? Oh, she got lots of scritches and... The nice thing about working the schedule I'm working right now, is that we're doing 4 9s and then a half day on Friday. So I am largely able to make sure that I'm around when Quinn needs a lot of the time. And Mrs. Books, she goes to work a lot later than I do. So normally the dogs are not crated for much longer than an hour or two, which has been very, very nice. Anytime I have to put them in the crate, I kind of feel bad. It's not that they don't like the crate, it's just, you know, I would prefer to be walking them around and playing and stuff like that. I'm fundamentally stating that I am of the opinion that a software copyright should be revoked if the copyright holder is not able to prove that they have a well-maintained archive of the software. You cannot copy the software. Why should you have the sole right to copy it? Interesting. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I think that you definitely have a pot to piss in there. But that doesn't speak to intellectual property. What that does speak to, however, is intent. Right? It speaks to negligence. So, if we can prove that, if we can show negligence, insofar as the developer is just not bothered to keep records, perhaps then we could argue, in a litigation sense, that the community is, factually speaking, a better steward of that data than the developer themselves. But what I would say, and what I would stipulate, is that the developer still reserves the right to take that IP and produce more games. Like, if the developer's like, yeah, like, we don't have this version, okay, community, here you go, but we would like to make a sequel. I think that should... Like, this is where I'm saying that the creator still needs to retain some rights in this situation, and that is why I didn't get fully bought into the Stop Killing Games initiative. Because while there are reasonable people in that movement, a lot of the subtext that I'm reading, and it's not even like on the community level, it's like actually on the founder level of Stop Killing Games, there is a lot of rhetoric that I'm seeing where it's just like, you're basically asking to strip creator rights, and that's not okay. I think it is okay to say, look, you have no intention of supporting this game. You have no intention of re-releasing this game or anything like that. So a decade has passed. I would like a version of this to be made available so that the community can maintain it and that we can have an archive. But then it's complicated, because then you get into the issue of archives like Miriant, where, frankly speaking, the support for games preservation isn't the best. Miriant failed because of lack of financial support. Miriant was actually being left alone, in large part. But what happened is there was an increase in cost of maintenance, and then it was costing the founder $6,000 out of pocket per month. And that might not seem like a lot of money to people who are like thinking in terms of corporation, but we have to consider that Miriant was curated by an individual, like you and me. And I don't know about you guys, but $6,000 a month, that's a lot of money. That is like life-changing expenses. So I'm not at all surprised that Miriant failed. And again, that's where we get into the advocacy conversation, right? We can change laws, we can do all these different things, but if we're not supporting at the grassroots level and advocating at the same time, we're not actually necessarily moving the needle. Just because an archive can be made without legal reprisal doesn't mean that we can then maintain said archive just in terms of cost. We must remember that you also argue for higher ideals to manipulate the compromise to be closer to what you actually want. It is ultimately a negotiation against lobbying groups, so leaving room to give lobbyists a win lets them True. It's not that I don't... Okay, I should actually highlight this, because I haven't actually, like, said this one way or the other on stream, I don't think. This was more of a conversation on the Discord. But, from my perspective, Stop Killing Games has a lot of intention in the right place. And they're asking for a lot of good things. A lot of good things. But, again, in the terms of the pendulum swing, right? Creators they have a lot of rights right now, and the consumer doesn't. So what SKG is doing, and like Cam said, they're trying to go, okay, consumer gets the power. But what I'm trying to say, and of course ultimately what hopefully will happen in a negotiation, is that the pendulum will just settle. It'll more or less stop moving. The drama will end, more or less, and we will end up with something that just kind of passively delivers on what people are hoping to get. And I think that, again, SKG, it's a pro-consumer movement, ultimately. It's not really a games preservation movement, but there are ancillary aspects of that movement that can benefit games preservation in a very big way. What prompted SKG was a game called The Crew. It was a live service game. And that service was relinquished. So what SKG is asking for is a playable version of the game. A preserved version of that media. So in a way, that is pushing for games preservation. That is pushing for something that equates to the preservation of that video game. So again, I think there's good on that side. I am wary of the pendulum swinging too far away from creator rights. I want something kind of more in the middle, because I think that the creator should have some rights to what they make. I'm not saying Sly Cooper, general example, don't read into it. Yeah, of course. Should become a public domain character if the original game source code isn't maintained. Just that the specific game in question should become public domain if the source code isn't maintained. Yeah, like individual game, not IP. Yeah. And the problem, I should be specific, a lot of the problems with SKG is that a lot of the ways in which they are asking to receive the game, it's something that's just never going to be agreed to, right? You know, a game that is still recent, not necessarily a decade old or anything like that, they're asking for, like, really fundamental code that, honestly, developers are probably still using. So there's a big concern with game cracking, right? Developers within this legislation, they're very much worried, like they shouldn't have to give the consumers that code, because that is code that, yeah, it's fundamental to that individual game, but it's also fundamental to like 12 other games that they have that are still commercially available and supported. And they want to avoid shenanigans with that. But anyways, we've been jibber-jabbering, as ever, for about 55 minutes, so I'm going to open up the game. Let's see where this window is smaller.
Macera.
Retro! Sorry, just reading.
You can
chat
mow like
here.
my balls, am I right?
Have I played Soulframe at all? I have used the code. I have not played it yet. I've been very busy this week. I released my first long-form video with kind of the new direction of the channel, games preservation. So I haven't yet, but I do plan to. I haven't played Warframe in a long time. I really liked, back in the day when my friends and I were all playing Warframe, I really liked what DE was doing with Warframe. And I can't say that I dislike what they're currently doing with Warframe. It does feel weird. Like the direction they've taken the game. Of course, games change, they grow, but the version that I played, it felt more tight-knit, I guess you could say, like, insular. Whereas now it's very much opened up. Bigger maps, bigger events, so on and so forth. And of course, that just comes with the success that Warframe has had, bigger and better. Soulframe is interesting to me because I'm thinking like maybe Warframe has kind of gotten to that point where it's a little big for me. And I prefer online experiences that are a little bit more, you know, closed off, party of 4 type thing. Which of course Warframe still provides, but again, bigger maps, more shit to do. I kind of preferred that more like survival mode, small maps kind of feel. So Soulframe, I'm interested to see if I feel the way that I felt with old school Warframe. Or if it still feels like new school Warframe, just with kind of a different flavor, which is more kind of like fantasy-ish than sci-fi-ish. On the topic of looter shooters, Destiny 2 is ending their development on future content come June 9th. The servers will still be up, but no more content. Well, this is kind of what we were talking about with the question of the day, right? Which is, you know, with Destiny no longer receiving service, what do we do with that? You know, like, Bungie should still reserve the right to make Destiny 3. Not sure they will at this point, but they should reserve the right to make Destiny 3, but is there a point in that kind of timeline where the community can be like, hey, we still really like Destiny 2 and you're not supporting it anymore, so why don't we just, you know, you don't have to support that anymore. Let us kind of take the load and that sort of thing. As flawed as it was, I miss Anthem. And this is the whole point, right? This is the conversation. Absolutely, Sai. Absolutely. Yeah, and the Anthem conversation, you know, a lot of people are like, yeah, it wasn't really a good game. It wasn't really a good game. I think that it is a shame that I no longer have the option to assess whether or not I think it's a good game. I think I can say that earnestly. I think that that's the whole point of games preservation. Again, right? Making sure that you have access to the primary, secondary, and tertiary sources. And, of course, Anthem, being the game, is the primary source. That is the font from which the secondary and tertiary sources were created. The secondary source being, like, videos, video essays, articles, Game Informer, IGN, so on and so forth. That's secondary sources. So the primary source is no longer available. So again, the conversation needs to be, where does the community come in? Like, where do we inject ourselves, and where do we push for kind of a legal framework that allows for us to do that without being treated like criminals? Piracy is a crime. If you commit piracy under the eyes of the law, you're in the wrong. You have committed a faux pas. You've done a bad. So what is a legal framework that allows us to preserve media and not be punished for it, essentially? And again, you know, saying an archive exists, like myabandonware.com, yeah, that exists, but they're engaged in piracy, technically. It's not their IP. They do not have distribution rights to these games. So, unless the game has gone like open source or something like that, and nobody has distribution rights to those games, the games that they have on there, that is problematic. There is impetus for that to be shut down. So that is not, in my mind, that actually isn't preservation, because it's not safe. Like, I'm pushing for a world where that is preserved and that preservation is safe. There's a surety there. There's a kind of like, oh, okay, we can breathe. Like, we still have to advocate, we still have to do the work, we still have to curate and archive, but there's a point where we can just be like, okay, that at least has been dealt with. It had the potential to be good, but developers had exactly zero interest in listening to people who weren't engaged. Oh God, I'm not going to read that last bit, but yes. I shouldn't be reading that out loud. Storage and the lifespan of that storage. Yeah, like, and we've talked about this in the past, and that is, there are still physical, like, we've kind of imposed this ephemeral nature to this stuff because we have digital stores, as if digital's not real. Digital's very real. A server is physical. Like, everything that a video game comes from, even today, is physical. There's something physical that is doing a thing. So, I think that we very much, and again, this is where the advocacy and like, even if we achieve preservation, there still needs to be advocacy, because we are fighting decay, ultimately. Like, I own this. Guess what? This is physical. It can stop working. The pins can deteriorate and corrode. The batteries can die. This is my Game Boy Advance SP that I've been playing it on. This is physical. This can stop working. Right? So, we need to make sure that this kind of stuff is curated. And in a way, I've curated my own collection here. So, I have an Xbox. Guess what? My Xbox, my original Xbox, and they're notorious for this, by the way. All Microsoft consoles are notorious. My original Xbox has died multiple times. I've had hard drives go bad. I have had disk drives go bad. I have had capacitors die. You name it, honestly. And it was on me to either repair that myself or find someone with the skills to do so. So, expound that. If 10,000 people are asking for access to a game, that costs money. To go back to my Miriant example, Miriant failed because of course, there was increased costs that affected them, but fundamentally, there was not enough money coming in from crowdfunding to maintain that curation of that archive. So, if we just expand this and say, like, 1.5 million people want access to retro media, that costs money. Like, this idea that we can just have this shit for free, completely for free, is, I think that's not true. I think that there is always a cost associated, it's just whether or not that cost is yours. And when a game is not commercially, so like, not kind of a GOG situation, right? Like, you're not being charged for that video game. The servers being like crowdfunded and stuff like that. that's a situation where you've kind of created an illusory effect where you feel like you're getting the thing for free because you're not experiencing the cost, but then the curator of that archive is like literally losing hair and stressed about being able to afford food because that archive is costing them $6,000 out of pocket every month. So we do need to make sure that we're keeping expectations honest when it comes to this stuff as well. Sorry, I'm just opening up the game here. Oh, okay, there we go. Valve wins by doing nothing.
Nerevar, the Argonians stole my McNuggets.
Components and making them available to purchase via third-party sale. I mean, yes, but they could just as I think that Valve is... Nothing is perfect. I'm not perfect. Archivists should do a filthy OnlyFans. That's one way to crowdfund. We're just going to requisition supermodels, and we're going to... Hair looks good to... Yeah, I'm trying new shit with it. Now that it's grown longer, I'm trying to do the things. Cause I was keeping the styling of when I had my hair kind of longer. But when I had my hair shorter, I was misspeaking there. I kept the styling of my short hair the same, and Mrs. Books was like, it's kind of giving middle part at this point. Like cover up. Like I've got a bald spot and I'm trying to just sling my hair over it. She's like, you need to do something. So I went on Pinterest basically and I was like, okay, what do I like here? Okay, that one looks cool. And then I just tried to make it happen. My hair's not quite long enough. Like this side, it doesn't weigh enough to kind of just keep it. So what'll happen is it'll kind of, unless I use a lot of product, it'll essentially just try to levitate. I would love for hardware to be manufactured by third parties once the original hardware is no longer available. Repairable is always great as well, but oh man, here's a good example of that. Size example, third party. Yes, yep. See, I use sea salt spray, and then I have naturally very frizzy hair. It's curly and frizzy. So I also have this like leave-in conditioner that I've started putting in, and do not shampoo your hair every day. For the love of God, you are stripping so much moisture out of your hair, it's not even funny. Once I learned that, and I was like, okay, so like, I do this, and then my hair was just a lot more manageable all of a sudden. That was very nice. But yeah, I use leave-in conditioner, and I've got sea salt spray in right now. I do have pomades as well, but that was more when I had short hair. I don't know so much need it now. Depends on what I'm trying to do with it, of course. But yeah, to retrosize example about hardware and stuff like that, I think that a lot of the 128-bit era games, like GameCube, Xbox, and PlayStation 2, a lot of the third-party items for that, like the lasers that played the discs, they're just not being produced anymore. So the cost of maintaining your console is going to increase exponentially. So I'm trying to keep my GameCube. Fact of the matter is, it's subject to decay. Dust is going to get in the heating units, or the heat sinks. I'm going to, like, the lasers are going to die, etc., etc., etc. Again, my original Xbox has failed multiple times. I've had multiple things go wrong with that console. So, yeah, I have the knowledge to repair these items myself at this point. Like, I'm scared to do it, but I can solder and everything like that. But the fact of the matter is, if I don't have parts, there's nothing I can do. There's just fundamentally nothing I can do. But you can't feasibly expect a third party to keep producing parts forever. So that's where, like, and again, the aftermarket could do something like this. And you see this with a lot of, because it's easy, you see this with a lot of, like, 64-bit era consoles, like, I think it's called the M64. It's like basically just like a little N64 copy that runs off I think it's a Raspberry Pi. It can play the original carts, but then you can also have like an SD in there that just holds every single N64 game ever made. I can't go without washing my hair same day. The next day, America are looking to liberate my hair due to oil. So, yeah, like the thing is, my problem is I work in the trades and I just, like, there's concrete dust all up in this by the time my day's over, so I'm just like, fuck. So I have to deal with that. Fun fact, you can send CAD files for the Steam controller to a PCB fab and 3D print a housing if you want to build your own. Nothing is stopping you. Valve made the controller open source, and that's very cool. That is very cool. Oh, I missed a couple check-ins, I think. Memory. Yays, welcome in. Yargan, welcome in. Sorry I missed you guys. Alright, let's just continue our game. Alright, so what we are trying to do right now, just to kind of get more into the game set of mind, but what we are trying to do right now is we are trying to figure out the next move for the game. So I was trying to figure out what documents I needed to acquire, and actually I just have to open up my YouTube browser. My multi-chat's not working for some reason, so if I'm looking here, I'm just actually physically looking at YouTube chat. Oh, you like the volume it get? Yeah. I do understand. All right, so we have Tamoko, who is trying to get us to spare Saravok's life. We have found Saravok's diary, which is essentially said that we are of the lineage of Baal, the Lord of Murder, and that Saravok's plans are to basically resurrect, create a physical manifestation of the Lord of the God of Murder, Baal, in real life, just to serve the Lord of Murder by causing a big war between the kingdoms of the Sword Coast and the kingdom of Om. Milton the Everlost is good. He's lawful
Shouldn't we be
good.
doing something useful with this time?
How dare you, Chihira? How dare you? So we are trying to stop that from happening because we're aligned in the good direction. I'm sure that the writers of Baldur's Gate give me an option to essentially subvert Saravok and become that Lord of yeah. Boo! Boo! Alrighty, gotta focus on work. All good, Sai. Thank you so much for the lurk. It's very much appreciated. Playing Final Fantasy 14. I'm a wee bit... It's okay. It's okay. So, we're just trying to find some more documents. Oh, what's going on here? There we go. So, I don't see any progress with the Tamako storyline, but I do see a lot of stuff coming up for the rise of Saravok. With the full support of the people, Saravok is set to replace Entar Silvershield. I believe the lives of the remaining Grand Dukes are in great peril. Saravok does not seem willing to share power, nor, as yet, to reveal his true plan. So what we need to do is we need to acquire evidence that proves this to anyone looking to get in the way of Sarevok. And right now, it does not seem that we have that. And it does not seem likely that we are going to have that. Because this documentation that I've found here, it's just a bunch of history documents. We do have... Ooh, actually. I will take those. I will open up the journal just in case. Sarevok is innocent, says I. Yeah, and I have no proof to... I can't prove you wrong other than a diary.
How am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink?
I have drank. I have drank.
All of those sounds that are trapped in your mind.
Time to do my Warframe daily login, then play Soulframe for the next 5 hours. Why do you have to do a daily login? What is the daily login for? I'm not even sure my account is still active, honestly, on Warframe. To collect the daily goodies? Ooh, okay. Oh, that's right, yes. Yeah, because you get, what is the in-game currency? I think it's like platinum or something like that. Yeah, you get your in-game currency and you can get some valuables. Okay, let's see what's over here. There's nothing. That's just more history documentation. So nothing. I mean, that's the trouble. These documents might actually be important. I just don't know. So let's see here. We'll give these over to Dynahair. I'm just going to open up the diary just in case. So I will keep the diary on my person. I kind of feel like if I encounter Sarevok right now, having the diary is enough. Like, that's a pretty damning document, if I do say so myself.
For now.
So I feel like
Think
if we did
carefully.
go to, like, the endgame
At any
encounter,
cost.
that would be fine, but what interests me about that is if I decide to try and save Sarevok, like, we slew, what was her name? Should be right here. Cythandria. We slew Cythandria, and apparently she was one of the people negatively influencing Sarevok. So she's gone. She's out of the picture. But is that enough? That... Ladies and gentlemen, we have a basement. Aye, no one's supposed to be down here. State your business, for I have to give you the beats. Don't get so excited. We're just checking out some wares that we bought from the Iron Throne. Okay, carry on then.
At any cost.
Well, that was easy. Okay, so we do have a little area. Ooh, okay, interesting. Interesting. It's locked. All right,
You're a
Amoan,
queer fellow.
you are on. Ooh, nice. Okay, what do we have here? Potion of Genius, Potion of Insulation, Antidote, and Potion of Storm Giant Strength.
Yes?
All right.
Think carefully.
Milton, grab your stoof.
What you want?
Okay, one thing I should try and do here is I should
done
try
enough of
and
this.
detect traps, because I want to make sure none of what I'm trying to grab... Okay, seems to be safe. Ooh. Protection scroll. Okay, we have 2 protection scrolls. I think we should still have a little bit of room. You know what, we'll just use
As
down here.
directed.
You've got room, so we're going to use it.
Begin with caution.
Okay, so nothing there. Okay, so we... Ooh, oh, okay. Hello. All right. Ah, and this is... Okay. I begin to understand.
At any cost.
Because this is where the... Oh, I forget what he's called. He was that big slimy abomination. I mean, probably, dragon. Probably. Saravok seems like that kind of guy. You know what Saravok strikes me as? He strikes me as a King Joffrey. If anyone has read Game of Thrones, Saravok strikes me very much as a King Joffrey. Just an absolute maniac. Very weird caprices with that guy.
You must gather your party before venturing.
Party has been gathered before venturing forth.
Okay, so what do we...
Agreed. With caution.
Okay, so that's the area fully mapped out. It is nice that we have a sewer access. And that seems to be the only direction. So we popped in, I want to say right here. Okay, so yeah, we popped in right here, so this is another direction we could go. Saravok strikes me as owning a strangely large and organized... Oh god, oh dear. I don't want to imagine that universe. I really do not want to imagine that universe. He's probably had a very lonely life as the progeny of Realtar. Realtar did not seem like a nice guy.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Okay. Speaking of places of ill repute. Okay, where do I want to be? Maybe we talk to Dilar.
Think carefully.
Okay, so he's asking me to leave his office, which whatever. Is there anyone else to... What button? I forget which button I have to press. Is it tab? It's tab. I want to see if there's people with names that we could maybe get information from. I don't think any of the noblemen or courtesans will have anything of significant import to tell me. So... Ooh, okay. We do have a named individual. Okay, that looks like another access to the sewers. Okay, so you... What's your name? Quinash. Let's have a chat, shall we?
Fine-looking strumpet, ain't I?
Don't bother me! Leave me alone, or I'll call the guards. Interesting. But you have a name, which means...
Are you interested in some thrills, darling?
there is a conversation to be had. Okay, I'm gonna head over here, because I don't think I ever exited this direction.
I'm a fine-looking strumpet, ain't I? Are you interested in some thrills, darling?
I did miss thee, Estherine. Where wert thou?
Okay, so just a bunch of guards. Okay, so that's another part of the map. Those are fine-looking strumpets, aren't they? Look, Saravok has led a very lonely life. We don't judge here. We do not judge.
Perhaps this group needs not quite as much help as I thought.
Now, I don't want to get captured by the Flaming Fist and escape, because having to fight the Flaming Fist, even if I'm within my rights to do so, has resulted in some negative alignment. Ooh, pardon me, guys. It has been a long week.
There's another naked Nord. There's another one.
Ayo. Okay, nowhere to go that way. Okay, so we do have a route going this way. Nowhere to go that way. Probably another route that way. Let's. Whoa. No, not good, not good. Oh dear, oh dear. We're just gonna load our game. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Oh dear.
Agreed.
Much like Morrowind, these sewers are very hard to find your way around in. Okay, now.
Yes?
You're a
Yes.
queer fellow.
That called?
Oh! Okay, nice.
No less than done.
Again?
Okay, get you all
At
get
any
you all
cost.
over
Whatever
here.
they need. As well as I can.
Okay, now. Hit them again if you don't mind. Woo! Nice! Yeah! That was 420 experience each. Very nice. I hated these sewers when I played this on the accessible difficulty. It was a very sexy fireball. Very sexy fireball. One might even say it brought sexy back. Okay, so we'll head over this way.
You must
See where
gather
it
your
takes
party
us.
before venturing forth.
Okay.
Think carefully.
Okay, so... Oberyn's Estate, Draken Tavern.
What is the plan? Yes.
Okay, so this is... I need to establish what part of the city each of these sewers is underneath. That is what I need to do. So in old school RPG fashion. Oh, this new notebook is not as good as my last one. I will tell you that for free. Okay, so this particular sewer
At any cost. As needed.
is underneath what we could call... That we can call Central Baldur's Gate. That's what we will call that. Now.
As needed.
Let's see. Veritas, welcome in. The degradation of certain games can hinder game preservation quite a bit in my mind. Like Pharaoh plus Cleopatra. Pharaoh and Cleopatra doesn't work on Steam. It keeps crashing, and there aren't many discs these days in good condition to be able to play it, which is a shame. I enjoy the games again. Exactly, yes. Who is that? Interesting. Gather your party, inform them that this is their home now. We live in the sewers. We'll defeat the Sewer King and declare ourselves new royalty. Surface is the land left for the flaming fissures. You might still have Pharaoh and Cleopatra. There are so many excellent games like this. I have physical Siege of Avalon right here. I have a physical version of this game. But if I tried to load that on my computer, it would not work. It wouldn't. There are so many old games that simply do not boot. So, here's the thing, right? Is there a point to preserving the data if it doesn't play the game? And I would argue that in the sense of archivism, there's a point, but in the sense of actual, like, gameplay?
As needed.
No, like, not really. Okay, so let's see. I'm just trying to figure out the sewer network right now, basically. I'm sure there's someone who's already done this and everything, but that would require me tabbing out of this window, and I don't want to do that. Besides, this is part of the fun of a retro game. I would argue anyways. I don't know if you guys agree with me,
Something most
but I would
unnatural,
argue...
Kieran. I want no part of it.
I would argue that part of the beauty of games like this is doing your own notes. I recently installed the original Diablo 2 and its expansion Lords of Darkness by running the installation executable, downloaded legitimately from a direct source, Blizzard. My computer tried to block it, no longer recognizing the program as being from a legitimate and reputable source. I had to override the security just to be able to play the... Yeah. Yep. Okay, so this is...
Thy decency is refreshing. So many we meet are lacking.
Oh, well, thank you.
So we have the underseller.
For now.
Okay, so that's a route. So is that. That is not. That is not. That is not. Okay, so I'm interested.
As needed.
So let's see where that will take us. Depends on the retro game. I love attempting it with retro horror games or indies, but if I'm really stuck, I'm happy that someone made a potential guide if I hit a wall. True. Yeah, like I'm not saying there's no place for it. I'm simply saying that... Let's take you back this way.
I wish my as well as I
And
can.
we'll do Dynahair right here. absolute filth.
Gorion would be proud of your actions.
Boom!
You
Eat it!
require agreed.
No, I don't require aid, because I got fireballs. I struggled with Resident Evil 1 earlier this year, and luckily... did you play the original version, or did you play a different one?
There are so many places I
Oh,
would
boy.
rather be.
So this would be... Okay. Very interesting. Okay, so where do I find the sewers again?
At any cost.
There we go. Let's get back in the sewers.
As needed.
Okay, so we have another way out. Oh, the remastered version. Though you have the originals on GOG. Okay, where does this take me? I'm very interested in how this is working now.
I serve the
No! Now! Now! Okay, so that was roughly the same area. Okay.
Yes.
I serve the flaming fist. Alright, let's see if there's another access point. Ah, there's two more.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
I'm gathering my party.
You must gather your party before
I'm doing it!
forth.
I'm doing the thing.
and steel on steel.
Steel on
Stuff of
steel.
legend, right, Boo?
Right, boo. Okay, so... So we'll call that Blade and Stars.
At any cost.
Back into the sewers, and then
With
we'll check
caution.
this one out. Same area, okay.
As needed.
We'll just gyrate in place. That's what we'll do.
Think
Okay, so we'll head
carefully.
over this way. I'm just trying to think about how this kind of fits within the map of the city. Do you know the Flaming Fist have an inclination that somebody may be using their sewers, and they will soon check every sewer entry point in the city? We shall
You
see.
must gather your party before venturing forth.
As needed.
Okay.
You must gather your party.
What blows my mind is there's definitely some gamers that know this area like the back of their hand.
the flaming
You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch. I hate you. I hate you so much.
Think carefully.
Interesting. You just remember the way you need to go every time you're there?
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Okay. Honestly, I'm not really seeing much more of a benefit to traveling this way over just playing around with the city. Like, if they're going to just randomly encounter me whenever I spawn into an area, I don't necessarily see an advantage to using... Like, yeah, there might be some advantage, but it's not... It doesn't seem like an insane advantage.
At any cost.
Okay, so... Where did Tomoko say that she would be staying? If we had to speak to her again. She would be staying at an inn, is what she said. Let's take a look at our journal. Okay, so nothing from Tomoko. She said that she'll be near the Flaming Fist headquarters if I wish to speak to her again. She mentioned Sathandra associated with the Iron Throne. She also told me of my shared lineage with Saravok and our father, Baal, the god of murder. Saravok hopes to assume his divine mantle, but Tomoko doubts he can succeed. Okay, so everybody in the Undercellar is dead. All the enemies, anyways. Sathandra is dead. We should have something in the journal, though. She's not by the Flaming Fist headquarters, that is certain. This is everything we noted from Saravok. Angelo was making a power grab within the Flaming Fist, and may be responsible for both Duke Elton's sickness and Scar's death. His reputed connections to the Iron Throne leave me more than suspicious. It is a question of where to turn. Shall I go back to the Iron Throne and continue my investigations, or should I seek out Duke Elton at the Flaming Fist compound and test my suspicions regarding his disease? Word of my recent misadventures in Candlekeep appear to have reached Baldur's Gate. The Flaming Fist has placed a value on my head, and I am sure more than one private mercenary has taken interest. I would be wise to proceed with caution, I am sure. That is Slythe. That's his letter. It's rising tensions in Om. Okay, so these are the letters between Saravok and Slythe. So I don't have anything in the journal. That is very interesting that I don't. Harold, welcome in. Hello, been lurking while I was planting. Now here for some Baldur's. Welcome in. Welcome in, man. I hope that you're having a good day. What were you planting? Were you doing a veggie garden? Was it perennials? What are you up to? Mrs. Books is now in full green thumb mode. Now that we have in the living room, we have basically I can send a picture to the Discord. She has like this greenhouse type. At one point, we had like a clear plastic kind of overcover to keep the moisture in, but now she's wanting a little more air circulation, so she's taking that off. And she's got all the little, I don't even know what to call them, but seedlings, I guess, of the various veggies that we're going to be planting this year. Black crim tomatoes is one. English cucumbers, we always like to plant a bunch of different kinds of cucumbers. You were talking about the law. Oh, so you were you here since the beginning of the stream? Because I was talking about the Lombard laws at one point. My little historical document. That was it? Ah, there we go. I'm kind of at a loss for where to go from here. We have some important events. I've acquired Sarevok's diary, and now have the proof I need to stop him. I must prevent him from being declared Grand Duke, but I doubt I will be allowed entry into the Ducal Palace without an explicit invitation. Such an invitation may be found with his lackeys, hidden away in the undercellar of the city. I can access the undercellar through the sewers, of which there are many entrances scattered about the city. From my investigations, I have learned that the true leaders of the Iron Throne are meeting within Candlekeep, my former home. I must inform Duke Elton at once. Upon entering the undercellar, I was accosted by assassins, Slythe and Christian, associates of Sarevok. Among several important documents on their bodies was an invitation to the Ducal Palace, my next destination. So I don't have anything. I feel like this quest doesn't close until we either save or do not save Sarevok. I have the proof, and I have the invitations, so I just have to make my way to the Ducal Palace, and then we are off to the races. Now, my question is...
Think carefully.
I believe the palace...
I serve the
Agreed.
flaming
Nope.
fist.
For now.
Okay. There we go.
As needed.
Let us speak to the god, shall we?
Hello?
Greetings. I assume you've come to the palace for the coronation of Sarevok. Well then, I'll need to see your invitations. Here are the invitations. Could you let us in now? We're in a hurry. Don't be so impatient. Let's take a look at these invitations. Yes, they do look authentic. All right, you can enter.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
I serve the flaming fist.
Could you please hand over your invitations to the palace? Here are the invitations. Thank you very much. You may pass now.
Agreed.
Now that all our guests have arrived, we can begin with the ceremony that you have all been awaiting.
As all of you know, this is a special occasion for the city of Baldur's Gate.
It is time for a new person to join the ranks of the Grand Dukes. I do not wish to downplay the tragedy that we suffered with the loss of Entar Silvershield, but this is not a time for us to show grief.
The votes have been tallied from those submitted by the landowners. The result was nearly unanimous.
What of Duke Elton? Has his condition improved at all? If he dies, who will replace him? What about the rumors of Arm mobilizing for war? Why aren't we preparing for war? With our iron shortage, how are we to defend ourselves? Who will give us the iron we need? What of the Zentarum? I've heard that they may be somehow involved. I believe that Elton was poisoned by members of the Shadow Thieves. They're obviously trying to kill our leaders.
All of your questions will be answered in due time. You need not worry.
Entar was killed by Shadow Thieves, agents of Arm. If it isn't obvious to the rest of you, it's obvious to me. wants a war.
The evidence we have about Entar's murder does resemble the work of the Shadow Thieves, but...
Resembles? That's ridiculous. The signature left behind on the body was the mark of the Shadow Thieves. Are you blind and stupid, woman?
If I may continue, the signature left behind was very blatant and could have been put there to mislead all of us.
Who would want to mislead us?
Perhaps I could interject something before this meeting degenerates into meaningless bickering.
We are here to welcome our new Grand Duke, so perhaps we should get on with it. Introducing the new Grand Duke, Serevok Anshev.
I am honored to be here before such respected assemblage of noblemen. I accept my new position with full awareness of my new responsibilities. I will have many of them. I would first like to address many of the questions that have been asked earlier. The rumors about arms mobilization for war are entirely true, as is the involvement of their Zentarim cohorts. But do not worry. We are not bereft of a defense. Although the Zentish attempt at depriving us of the most valuable war resource, iron, has weakened us, it has not crippled us. When my father was most recently murdered, I inherited his control over the western branch of the Iron Throne. We have a great deal of stockpiled iron, enough for all our needs. I will give this to the city to do with as you will. Unfortunately, our greatest military commander lies on his deathbed, a grievous blow to the city. To ensure that the Flaming Fist is well led, I will be assuming control of the mercenary regiment, with permission of its current steward, Angelo.
Wait one moment. That is not in your power to decide.
Shut up! Let Serevok speak!
Instead of waiting for the war to come to us, we will take it to them. With the Flaming Fist, we should be able to easily take down the town of Nashkel, and then quickly fortify the mountain pass through the Cloud Peaks.
What? Who dares interrupt? It is I. Oh, hello! The fuck? Oh.
Yes?
Right.
Can I...
So we do have some allies in this fight.
Nature's servant awaits.
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
Okay, now,
They're called no.
Dynahair, if you could please step back. Moen, you as well.
You've a task?
Again?
You have need of me?
Okay, so we need to just attack... We need to attack these doppelgangers immediately. These doppelgangers are very, very fast. Okay. So I believe I'm attacking the right guy there. These are all greater doppelgangers. So we're going to use a magic missile on this guy.
Can I help you?
What is the plan? You require aid?
So we'll attack that guy.
You point, I punch.
Attack him.
Nature's servant awaits.
Just want to make sure I'm divvying up the attacks.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. We need to make sure these Grand Dukes do not die. Holy crap, what a fight. Come on, Milton.
Have need of me?
Yeah, be attacking this
Let's
guy.
talk more fight.
I care not.
barely injured. Maybe have you attack this guy. Now, do we have some enchanted? We do. Okay, do we have some bow of, or arrows of biting? Going to want to be using this if I can. Arrow of biting, okay. This guy who's not really injured at all, we'll deal with that guy. Also, I heard you say you grow cucumbers. I love cucumbers, but unfortunately I live so near the woods that all my plants get eaten. Yeah. We don't really, like, sometimes we do. Like, we get the occasional critter, but really, like, we've got a lot of dogs, so it's generally not an issue, because even if there was something outside, we let Toby out and he just barks a bunch and then issue's gone. The food is not enticing enough in that situation. Okay, let's see.
They wish my ear.
Ooh. Scare them. Oh, shit. Okay, we gotta do this.
Yes.
I serve the flaming fist.
Yes.
I'm not letting them die. I'm not letting them die.
As all of you know,
The votes.
What about with our iron? What of the
All of your questions will be.
Antar was
the evidence.
resemble?
If I'm
Perhaps I could interject some. Wait, what?
Shut up! Let Servox speak.
Okay, now.
I'm gone.
Moen, get out of here. Let's let them cluster a little bit.
Yes.
All of my fighters
Carefully.
get near the Archdukes.
They're called.
You gotta look up Southern Luber Grass. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Whatever they need.
We had a lot of big bugs like that in Oklahoma as well. Okay, so we're going to try and cast Horror on these greater doppelgangers.
You point, I punch.
Again, think carefully.
need of me? I'll do my best.
yes, or as good as done.
Let's talk more full plate
Okay,
and
Minsk.
packing steel.
And pecking
They wish my
steel.
ear.
Okay, now.
Ah.
All of my fighters attack this greater doppelganger.
I care not. I've done had enough.
Okay, now, a
You're
Moen.
queer fellow.
Start lobbing arrows, please.
What is the plan?
Yes.
Start attacking this greater doppelganger.
Called.
Hopefully that horror worked. If not, we're going to cast another. Let's cast it on you, shall we?
By the three.
You require aid?
You point, I punch.
Okay, so we're going to attack this greater doppelganger
Whatever
now.
they need. As directed.
You have to run. You were unable to cast horror, unfortunately. Whoa! Son of a bitch!
What you want?
Alright, well,
My blood.
spell was cast. I think the Grand Dukes are still alive. Okay, we'll attack this boy. Who are you? That is Belt, and he is in bad shape.
Yes.
Can I heal you?
Yep, I've done had enough.
Oh, okay, a Moen's down 2.
Again,
Holy shit, what a fight. We have to make sure they don't die. We simply have to make sure they do not die.
Fist.
As needed.
Actually,
The vote.
okay.
If
I may.
Oh, perhaps I could interject. Wait.
Shut up! Let Servox speak.
Okay.
Yes.
Servant awaits.
With caution.
Okay, let's make sure. Okay, let's all attack the same one. Now, are these guys also transforming into doppelgangers? That's my question. It's like, what's going on exactly?
You're a queer fellow. This way.
They call no less than that.
Go for the...
Again?
You have
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
Okay, now a Moen. Gonna put the nastiest arrows that you have on offer here.
Whatever they need.
And then if I can cast a successful horror, that would really be an ideal situation. Oh my god, they're just dying in seconds. In this action economy! Oh, it feels like, honestly.
Ah.
God, these doppelgangers are just insane. It's not even like keeping myself alive, it's keeping these archdukes alive. This is really, really difficult.
Agreed.
Now serve the flaming fist.
Okay, what do we have here that we can make use of? No, but like I at least have to keep one alive. Okay, so we have Potion of Stone Giant Strength. We'll drop this antidote. Potion of Perception. Oil of Speed. Fire Breath. Agility. Potion of Genius. Potion of... Okay, Master Thievery needs to go to Moen. Got lots of goodies in the goodie bag. What do we have here? Arrow of Fire +2. Arrow of Ice. Acid Arrow +1. I wonder if the doppelgangers have any weaknesses. Let's take a look. Do we have a bestiary or something like that? That's a priest scroll. You know what would also help? Being fully rested. That would also help a ton. Nobody has said they're tired, but... But we do have a couple of people in the party that are a little less than full spec. I have pretty much all my spells with Dynahair. I don't have all my spells with Jaheira. I've got quite a few spells with Milton, so we're in decently good shape that way. Yeah, but Fireball is going to hurt the Dukes as well. That's part of the problem. I don't want the Dukes to be hurt. Throw these in here. I think high-level protection on the Dukes, or maybe see if turning them to stone works. Do I have a high-level protection spell? That is a good question. Let's go to the Mage book. Fire Shield, minor globe of invulnerability. The spell casts a faintly shimmering magical sphere around the caster that prevents any first, second, or third level spell effects from penetrating, i.e. Aura of Effect or any spell. Okay, that's not... Squencher. The spell allows a wizard to store 2 spells and activate them both at the same time from his special ability button. Both spells must be 2nd level or lower to create a sequencer. Did I say Squencher? I did. I did say Squencher. Protection from normal missiles. Data, welcome to the chat. I know a great spell for this fight, but I don't know if you have it. What is the name of the spell? We can ascertain that rather easily. Chaos. I have horror right now. I have web as well. Do I have chaos? Yeah, I just have horror and I have Jack and the Nog. Oh, sorry, the Quincam is broken right now. Unfortunately, it is busted. And Quinn's also upstairs. She's her arthritis has kicked in quite badly. Shield. When this spell's cast, an invisible barrier comes into being in front of the wizard. It sets the wizard's armor class to... Oh, okay, so it's specifically for us. I feel like we should respec almost entirely to crowd control. I forget what level it is, but it's higher than 2nd, okay. We have been acquiring quite a few really nice spells lately. Monster summoning. We have nothing level 5 or higher. Chaos is 5er. There are a ton of scrolls for it at Sorcerer's Sundries. Alright, sounds like before we do this, we will make our way to Sorcerer's Sundries.
As needed.
And hopefully, no one from the Flaming Fist comes after us.
Carefully.
Looks like this route is fairly clear, so we should be okay. And, by the way, Tolia, welcome to the chat. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome to the game library, my friends. Want to warm up tough fight while you're there. I know that we've got a guy here with, it's the Necromancer quest that we still haven't finished.
I serve the flaming
No,
fist.
fuck you. Fuck you. No.
For now.
Helbazardri.
Yes.
Let's see what he has. Okay, so we have a lot of +1 weapons. Arrows of Biting would be good. Visit the upper... Oh, upper... Okay. I'm willing to indulge. Let's see. Okay, so we have some potions of strength that we can give to the fighters. I think a potion of invisibility would be also very nice. But I'm not sure if those go away the moment we attack. Now, do we have any defense potions that we can buy? We've been buying a lot of his, like, health potions and stuff. And it doesn't look like he... It doesn't look like he gets it. Doesn't look like he gets any of these potions back. Okay, so we've got to hold person, non-detection, slow, skull trap, vampiric touch, ghost armor. By means of the spell, the wizard creates a magical field of force that serves as if it were a field of plate armor. Armor class of 2. It's cumulative with it's cumulative with dexterity, and, in the case of a fighter / mages, with the shield bonus, the ghost armor spell does not hinder movement, adds no weight or encumbrance, and does not prevent spellcasting. It lasts until successfully dispelled, or until the duration runs out. I looked it up. Turning them into stone is game over, apparently. Game treats them as being dead. Yeah. Petrification is kind of a... Petrification is also a condition where you can't revive your party member as well. Intravision, magic missile, protection from evil, chill touch, chromatic orb, Lark's minor drain, knock, no alignment, luck, resist fear, melf, mirror image, stinking cloud. Stinking cloud would probably also be fairly problematic as well. Confusion. The spell causes confusion in one or more enemy creatures within the area, creating indecision and the inability to take effective action. All enemy creatures within the area of effect are allowed saving throws versus the spell, with a -2 penalty. Those successfully saving are unaffected by the spell, whereas those who fail their saving throws will either go berserk, stand confused, or wander about for the duration of the spell. Wandering creatures move as far from the caster as possible, according to their most typical mode of movement. Characters walk, fishes swim, bats fly, etc. Any confused creature that is attacked perceives the attacker as an enemy, and attacks according to its basic nature. The spell lasts for 5 rounds. Protection from evil should work here, I think. It won't make them invincible, but it will give you more time. Alright. I will buy confusion. There it is. Chaos! Which we cannot buy. Interesting. Sunfire. A sunfire is like a fireball, an explosive burst of flame which detonates with a low roar and delivers damage proportional to the level of the wizard who cast it. Points of damage for each level of experience of the spellcaster, up to a maximum of 15d6. The wizard gestures with his hand, and the entire area around him erupts in flames, striking all except for the caster. Creatures failing their saving throws each suffer full damage from the blast. Those who roll successful saving throws manage to dodge, fall flat, or roll aside, each receiving half. Dev, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Sadly, Dynahair is an invoker, so she can't use spells from the school. Shit. Right, well... But we can't even buy the scroll, which is weird, because we have more than enough gold. New quest, find a new mage. I like Dynahair. Dynahair's been good. Greater Malison. This spell allows the caster to adversely affect all of the saving throws of his enemies. The effect is applied to all hostile creatures within the area of effect. A potent Opponents under the influence of this spell make all saving throws at a penalty of -4. Oh, space is limited. I don't have enough inventory. Ah. Yep.
Yes?
Let's see. Find chaos again. Ooh, sleep. When the wizard casts the sleep spell, he causes a comatose slumber to come upon one or more enemies other than undead, uncertain, and certain other creatures specifically excluded from the spell's effects. All creatures can be affected by sleep spell must be within a 15-foot radius. Creatures in the area of effect must make a saving throw versus death with a -3 penalty or fall asleep. Monsters with 5 hit dice or more are unaffected. Attacks against sleeping opponents never miss. I think sleep won't work on them. Okay, so there's horror. Ray of Enfeeblement. By means of a Ray of Enfeeblement, a wizard weakens the opponents by reducing its strength, and thereby attacks that rely upon it. The victim is reduced to a strength of 5 for the duration of the spell, unless the save versus spell is made. The spell does not affect combat bonuses due to magical items, and thus conferring increased strength function normally. However, the target receives all of the penalties for a 5 strength, such as attack and damage penalties, as well as a lower weight allowance. Power word sleep causes a comatose slumber to come upon one creature other than undead. I think higher level version of sleep is called emotion hopeless. Okay, so we'll grab a confusion, if I haven't already. Sunfire is also interesting. Chaos is... Okay, we'll grab chaos as well. Let's see what we can sell here. I'll just sell the potion of fiery burning. That'll give me a little bit of room. And I will buy Sunfire. Contagion. This spell causes a major disease and weakness in a creature. Okay, that is a single creature effect. Greater Malazan. Okay, we'll buy that. Autolux Resilient Sphere. When the spell is cast, the result is a globe of shimmering force that encloses the subject creature. If it fails to save versus the spell, the Resilient Sphere will contain its subject for the duration of the spell. The sphere is completely immune to all damage. In fact, the only method of removing the sphere is a successful dispel magic. Hence, the creature caught inside the globe is completely safe from all attacks, but at the same time, unable to affect the outside world. I kind of like that. Spirit armor. Okay, so that seems to be all of... That seems to be all of his scrolls. So, what we shall do is I need... We'll just throw these in the scroll case. And then I will move all of these over to Dynahair. Okay, so Resilient Sphere, we can write the magic. Sunfire, we can write the magic. But then I can't use Invoker, so I can't use that. Can't use Greater Melazon. Yep. So those spells, it is no dice. No dice. We should also make our way to the temple, because these robes might be helpful. No more healing potions, unfortunately. I really would like... lowering strength only lowers your party weight allowance. Enemies don't have that. Oh, like the game is lying to me. Okay, that's fair enough. Old games do that all the time. Actually, okay, that's interesting. Is there a modern game example of that? Of the game actually just providing you with misinformation about the mechanics of the game? I'd actually be very interested in the answer to that question. Okay, so we have to rest so that Dynahair gets access to these spells. Sunfire's level 5. Okay, Resilient Sphere. Can we not memorize any level 4 spells? Okay, so we don't have any level 4 spell spaces. Interesting. So I need to level up Dynahair, is what I'm hearing. What is Skull Trap? When this spell is cast, a skull is thrown by the caster at the target area. The skull floats in the area until a creature comes within 8 feet of it. When this happens, the skull is triggered and explodes, damaging everyone within a 12-foot radius. Can't do that. Slow. Causes creatures to move and attack at half their normal rate. Ooh, that would be good. That would be good. I wonder if Ghost Armor could be cast on someone else. Come on. No. There we go. So we can memorize a bunch of slows. Now, is there anything else I can do here? There's Resist Fear, there's Stinking Cloud. I think I might just add Web, honestly. We'll get rid of that. Protection from Evil. When this spell is cast, it creates a magical barrier around the recipient at the distance of 1 foot. The barrier moves with the recipient and has 2 major effects. First, all attacks made by evil or evilly enchanted creatures against the protected creature receive a penalty of -2 on each attack roll. Second, summoned demons cannot target the protected creature. Okay. So we're going to memorize that, because I think that will be useful. Like, Dynahair's job in this altercation is simply going to be interference. We are going to try to interfere with their ability to attack the Dukes. I'll keep Web in my pocket if I really need to stop people, but I think using stuff like Horror, and I've got 3 stacks of Slow, so I can slow a couple of them. So I think first move is Protection from Evil on both of the Dukes. Pop all of my slows, if I can, on the Doppelgangers. And then after that point, I can start possibly doing some shenanigans with magic missile and stuff like that. I think that is a fairly good... I think that is fairly good. Okay, we have saved our game. I was told to go upstairs for an interesting fight. So, I'm going to indulge Nimloth.
With caution.
I mean, oh look! What a cute little party, invading our space. We were preparing a ritual, and you all but ruined it. What do you mean, your space? This is a store, and I'm a customer. I'm sorry, am I interrupting something? Like an extremely difficult spell, perchance? Yes. I would have to say that maybe you are interrupting something. I'm very, very sorry. I will leave now. Oh, what does it matter now? Do what you will. Interesting. That wasn't a fight. I guess I could have offended him, though. I could have been like, do it somewhere more private.
With caution.
And then he would have been like, well, screw you.
Yes?
Okay, let's see if we can get some better weapons as well. Because right now, Pacifist Run is on. Okay, so Arrow of Biting. What does this do? This arrow is designed as a deadly complement to the archer. Poison smeared on a barbed arrowhead infiltrates the bloodstream of its victims, causing agony and often death. Target must save versus death or lose 30% of maximum hit points within 20 seconds. All right. We are buying all of these. Like, as many as we can, honestly. Can we befriend the evil cultists? Well, Milton wouldn't befriend the evil cultists, but... Okay, that is quite a bit of money. How about 30? Honestly, Omoan probably won't use 30 in a fight, so I think that is okay. Also, we have lots of jewels, so I reckon we should be in fairly good shape as far as that goes. Also, Omoan could probably sell the +1 arrows. Let's see. So these are 500 gold. Is that per? Interesting. Okay. Let's give Omoan some inventory space, shall we? Okay, now.
Yes?
Let's go back down to +2. Okay, so we have some +2 arrows. These are bolts. Oh, I see. So there's 67 gold per. Okay, so we should be able to buy quite a few of those. So I could probably just type what I want. That might be easier. Okay, so Omoan gets all of these. All of the arrow stacks. Alright, and now we take away the +1. Milton also bought... Did I not buy some arrows of biting? I thought I did. Okay, well, arrow of biting is going there. We're also putting I did not mean to buy that many. We can do the fire arrows.
Yes?
Alright, let's try and get a little bit of gold back, I guess. Sell those. Arrow +1. Okay, we got a little bit of gold back. Let's see. Okay, so that's pretty much everything for... That's pretty much everything for arrows for a Moen, I would say. Let's grab some arrows of biting, though. So we got some arrows of biting now. Now, let's see here. No wonder Amon thinks you're a queer fellow, considering how you pronounce her name. Is it not Amoen? M-I-M-O-E-N. Imoen. What do most people say, like Imoen? No, the stress is on the I. Imoen? I fail to see where I'm wrong. But I am clearly putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable. Okay, so potion of invisibility. I'm Owen. Joe Dre, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Let's see. That's absorption, cold resistance, infravision, insulation, magic protection, magic shielding, focusing, mirrored eyes. Basic potions of strength, potion of stone form. Drink this potion results in a transformation much like the one the imbiber would go through if he returned to stone. Skin color, stiffness, even the feeling that is received from the body. Stone. Why is that a potion? Other than okay, maybe that would make, like, if you just want someone to tank hits, you would just drink that potion. I don't see much point to that, though. Why is that a thing? Weirdness. Spirit armor, that's an interesting spell. Okay, we'll buy that. Wand of the Heavens. This wand will cause a pillar of flame to shoot out of the sky and strike a chosen target. The flames will do 8d6 damage to the target, with ones taken as 2s, unless the target makes a save versus wand, in which case he will take half. The wand only has a certain amount of charges and will be destroyed when they are used. Okay, a wand of monster. Ooh! Wand of sleep. Just go buy them all. Using all my gold. Screw it. Screw it! I'm gonna take them all. I feel like the wand... Oh my god. Oh, wait. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing wrong. Ah, they're stacks. I'm buying stacks. You're buying stacks books. Stacks on stacks on stacks. Yeah, I am, I guess. Alright, let's sell the gems.
Yes?
So we can have a bit more gold, and then I can stop doing the damn wrong thing. That would really be great. Alright, we'll make some gold off that. At this point of the game, Wand of Sleep is good if you have something stuck in your... Oh, so it's like, it won't work on the doppelgangers is what you're saying. Sleep problems, the shopkeeper probably. Like, I'm thinking of just... I'm just trying to stop the doppelgangers from attacking the dukes. Like, Dynahair's role in this fight is literally just going to be stop the doppelgangers from moving. So that my party can then move in and deal the damage. But Potion of Sleep won't do that, is what you're saying. Well, let's read the effects again. Wand of Sleep. 60 feet, 15-foot radius. You had Resilient Sphere, that should be enough. I can't use that spell, though. Because she's not a high enough level. I need to level her up. And she will need... The wand doesn't say it, read the spell description. Oh, like, okay, the description of the actual spell. Okay, gotcha. That's power word sleep. Okay, okay, so what we'll do is we'll just buy some arrows of biting. Because that's going to be how a Moen deals the majority of damage. So I bought 1 stack of that. Do that in the quiver as well. Whose inventory did that go into? That's weird. Why did I just buy a single arrow?
Yes?
But in other situations, I'm buying stacks. Huh. Oh, shit. Did I not actually buy those?
Yes?
I did not.
What you want?
Let's see, okay. Yeah, that's strange. Why is that like that? It's there, it's a closed eye. Oh, like on the wand. Let's scrolling down. I'm like constantly... This game is so interesting in that it's so deep. Like, there's so much to learn. I still barely know what Thaco means. Okay, this wand will emit a gold beam of energy. Target's maximum range 60 feet, affecting 15-foot radius. Fail their slave. Oh, the icon on this scroll. Where did I see a scroll? Like, in my mage book?
They're called?
I do think I do have the sleep spell.
No less than done.
Yes?
Oh, okay, the sleep spell in the store. Gotcha. Let's see. Sleep. Where's the sleep? When a wizard casts the sleep spell, he causes a comatose slumber to come upon one or more enemies, other than undead. All creatures to be affected by sleep. Okay, so basically the doppelgangers just aren't affected by sleep. That's kind of what I said when I first read this. I think it was another spell, though. I think it was a higher level spell. But it's basically, unless it's a certain kind of creature, it's not going to be affected.
Yes? Think carefully.
Okay, so we'll overwrite that save. I wish someone would cast sleep on me. I need it. Well, then get some sleep, Dev. Get some sleep. Have you been having some insomnia lately? Like, what's going on? Not that I'm shooing you away, but if you need your sleep, get your sleep. If you read 5-hit dice, you can translate it into level 5, basically. Okay. So anything that is level 5 or higher is immune to the spell. I've actually, I've started playing a Pathfinder campaign with some colleagues from work. We have like a little group of, there's 5 of us right now. And we started playing a Pathfinder campaign. And I realized how, like, out of the loop I am when it comes to tabletop games. It's first edition we're doing. It's first edition we're doing right now. But I am playing a half-elf scout right now. And, like, I'm having a lot of fun with the campaign, but I'm like, oh man, I completely forget how to play tabletop.
As needed.
I serve the flaming fist.
For now.
Okay, let's get out of here. Oh, son of a bitch. Not you. Not you.
Yes?
Wonder if there's a way to get into the sewer. Hello.
As needed.
How's she been?
Terrible. Her arthritis is really bad today.
Did you give her any, do you have any Tylenol?
I do. I forget what dose I can give her per body weight.
You should write it on the bottle.
Again, with caution.
Just make sure she doesn't climb the stairs.
Well, like I said, I think we should build a...
Yeah,
She'll go up and she'll just sit, even if I lock
Ah.
her on top.
For now, I was thinking of just using a tote.
I was gonna say, do you want me to...
Yeah.
Yes.
I serve the flaming fist.
With
All right,
caution.
can we run?
I am cool.
Yeah, we're blocked. We're body blocked. While Wizard of the Coast is getting increasingly greedy, Pathfinder is a nice alternative.
Squeaky wheel gets stuck in.
Why? Let me by. I've squeezed by worse. Why can't I squeeze by?
What is the plan? With caution.
I hate this.
You require aid?
Less talk, more fight. Cool one. Full plate and butt kick.
Ha! Oh my god!
With caution.
Let's go! Run away!
I serve the flaming.
No, you! Oh my god! All right, no, we're gonna make this ridiculous. We are going to make this absolutely ridiculous. Let's get it on. All right, to the Ducal Palace.
At any cost.
Now, is there an inn nearby? Ooh, no, but there is a Temple of Helm. We will fight, but we will run. Yes. Yep. Well, they were going to be a soggy mess by the time you got home. I have. I didn't like it.
The Vigilant One knows of
Oh,
all
you
your
meant in the game.
sins.
No, look, I kid. In the game, yes. And Khaled died, and I was not happy with that, so we... let's see. First off, Dynahair does have an item that we can identify. That's cold resistance. And then... Elixir of Health. We'll just take all of these. Because why not? Potion of Healing as well. Just take them all. Ooh, Stone to Flesh. Oh, okay, so I can undo petrification. Interesting. I don't think we can rest anywhere in here. Three old kegs. Okay, so that's probably an inn.
Yes.
So let's see if we can safely make our way over without Flaming Fist guy showing
I
up.
serve the Flaming Fist!
Son of a bitch!
I am the law!
I am the law! Oh, that's so irritating. Where would a place with inns be? No, we're gonna travel here. Seven Suns.
Agreed.
That sounds like an inn. Okay, Wyatt Earp, calm down. Exactly. Oh, no. This is not an inn. Tavern and inn.
Think carefully.
They are not persons. Hold. I thought I saw them transforming in that fight. It's locked. Oh, the inn is right there.
Yes.
All right, let's rest for the night.
Carefully.
You want some whiskey?
If you have complaints about the service, there's a wall out back that'll be glad to hear 'em. So, would you like a drink?
I got some cheap beer for
Oh,
you.
I have to say that. Okay. I would like a royal sweet,
Tonight you
please.
sleep hunted by all, and wake in a dream hunted by one. Tonight you are the monster everyone claims you are. The kobold scorned like a rodent. The ogre that children fear comes in the night. The mobs and their torches now come for you, counting you among the creatures you once did hunt. Or so someone would have you believe. Once again you hear the voice, a voice that now makes no secret of its origins. It speaks of destiny and nature, and of evils bred in the bone. It says you will never be free of the mob, that they will hunt you for what you are. Murder and death run through your heart, and accepting that will supposedly give you power. The essence of Baal within you cannot be ignored. But you have not ignored it. You realize that from the first you have fought the very blood in your veins, fought dagger and claw for each victory, and ultimately you have triumphed. With righteous will, you have turned the dark forces within you to good purpose. Whatever the foundation of your being, you have remade yourself in your own image. Amidst threats it does not yet know are empty, the voice tries to play upon your doubts, but finds none. As you stare unwavering, the presence grows weaker and weaker. As it fades from your mind, one warning does stand out amidst the din. It speaks of others that will listen where you have not, others that will embrace what you have rejected, and others that will be your death. This describes but one man, and you know of no other it could be. He who orchestrated your fall, deceived your comrades, and deserves all that your justice shall meet upon him. Saravak. He is a debt that must be paid to the whole of the Sword Coast. You awake sure of your cause, and of what must be done.
Oh, does it, Dev? Does it sound familiar? All right, we are all quite well rested. So let's do... Let's do that. Let's make sure. So Moen has the biting. And now we have rested. So Dynahair's spells should be commensurate. All right, we are
What is the
good.
plan? At any cost. Think carefully.
Right, let's make our way to the Ducal Palace. And hopefully, nobody from the Flaming Fist shows up. We don't have any more potions. We used all the really good potions we bought in a lot of the fights in Baldur's Gate against the Iron Throne earlier in the game. So now we're in a bit of a pickle as far as that goes.
You require as needed.
But I think that with all the...
With caution.
Just get around this guy. So it's just going to keep a hostile guy just sitting around. Great. Do you have any charm, any command? Not on me right now, no. Actually, you know what? Maybe Milton has something.
Yes?
So let's see. Draw upon Holy Might, Cure Light Wounds, Detect Evil, Lay on Hands. Nope, nothing that will work. Nope, we are screwed.
Servant awaits.
You're a queer fellow.
As needed.
Alright, just keep running. Ooh, actually, let's,
The audacity of this
I thought maybe I could juke him. Game Freak, welcome in. I'm being bad at video games. How are you? Alright, let's see if we can... No! Why is it Milton? Ah! Alright, whatever. Amon taking a hit's not the end of the world.
Ryan would be proud of your actions.
You must gather your party.
Would he show? Will he come in with us?
Serve the Flaming Fist!
Agreed.
Right. We actually avoid... No! Come on! Are you kidding me? That is doo-doo caca right there. That is I'm going to hear that in my dreams. I'm going to hear those words in my freaking dreams. That is absolutely terrible. Get flame fisted, absolutely. No, it sounds real. It's real and honest. think this is a good spot. Okay, ads will be starting in a little bit, guys. Mrs. Books is now home, so I will be availing myself of my ad break.
Needed.
Just to welcome her home from work. Okay.
As needed.
So this... You can kill him and buy back... It's a matter of principle, Nox. It's a matter of principle. Also, I'm doing it for the meme. Okay, we do have some good inns in this area.
At any cost.
Always do it for the meme. Content. I need content. Alright, let's rest in this inn. If I can find the door. Principal, is that something to eat?
As needed.
Yes.
You want some whiskey?
Yeah, sure. Done. I didn't have the dream. Why did I not have the dream? Alright, we are fully rested. So we can now
carefully.
do this. Let's head to the palace. Worst beds? No. I rented a royal suite, damn it. That was a royal suite. I want my money back.
At any cost.
Gorion would be proud of your
I got scammed. Right. He's looked at our invitations.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
I serve the flaming fist.
Who decided that was the dialogue? Like, they had to have done it for the meme. Genuinely. I can't imagine any of the writers were like, you know what? These flaming fist guys. Yeah, you know what we want them to sound like? We want them to sound like country bumpkins. 10 out of 10 writing. 10 out of 10.
With caution.
All right, let's do it.
As
What with our what?
All of enter
the if I
Oh, perhaps I could interject something before the wait one.
Shut up! Let Servox speak.
Okay, now.
Record.
Dinah hair.
No less than done.
Shit. She like, she's in a bad
You're a
spot.
queer fellow. I'm gone.
I'm going to send them up there.
Can I help you?
Khaled can start attacking this boy.
Who wants some?
Milton, please attack the guy directly in front of you.
Your servant awaits.
Jahira, you can attack that one.
You point. I
Minsk,
punch.
you can attack this guy.
Oh, I thought really not.
Okay, now.
Whatever they need.
Shit.
Yes.
Okay, so we need to
For now.
move our party in a very specific way here.
as
What?
if
Perhaps
Shut up! Let Servox speak.
Okay, now.
Record.
Dinah hair's a good spot. So, what we need to do... Protection from evil on our good friends.
Can I help you?
Again?
You attack that guy.
You're a queer
A
fellow.
Moen. I think a Moen should be actually relatively safe here. So
Who wants some?
we're going to have you
servant awaits.
attack. Okay. Okay, okay. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Need of me?
Whatever they need.
Okay, yeah, you cast protection.
Yes?
Yep.
Can I help you?
Okay, you guys attack. Okay, protection from evil is cast. Now, cast it on Belt.
Ah.
You can both attack.
Yes,
You-
omnipresent authority figure.
You need to cast that. That damage! Oh my god! Holy shiitake mushrooms.
They're called.
This is insane! Okay, we're gonna continue and see what'll happen. Horror wasn't working. Protection from evil doesn't really buy us any time. Web will affect my party, though. So while Web will stop them from moving, Web will also stop me from moving.
They're called.
We do have slow. I could buy some potions of freedom. I could buy some potions of freedom, and that would allow my party members to move relatively freely.
Yes?
We weren't able to use Greater Malazan.
You're a queer fellow.
Who wants some?
Again?
Let's see, what other moves do we have? Like, detect evil, protection from evil, remove fear, cure light wounds.
Can I help you?
Nature's
You
servant
point,
awaits.
I punch.
What do we have here? Charm animal, berserk.
Might we move on?
Okay, so we could cast berserk on Minsk. That will make him a little more effective.
Yes, oh omnipresent
Okay,
authority.
I'm gonna have you
figure.
cast before we even get in. Okay.
What you want?
Set snare. You can always go find other wild zones you have missed, smaller quests in the wild, or the expansion content, and come back stronger. Like, I don't necessarily think my strength is the issue. It's my toolkit. Like, I'm dealing plenty of damage when I start duking it out with the doppelgangers. My damage isn't necessarily the issue. It's that I can't keep any of the dukes alive long enough.
Whatever they need.
Now, of course, I guess I could say, I could, like, try and one-shot them. Oh, I was terrible. I completely went through ads. Dynahair, you're right. You are right in that sense. Yeah, maybe we do that.
Ah.
Maybe we level up. I'm going to try one more time.
They wish my ear?
What is the plan?
Let's see. So he's got... We'll cast this on all the melee fighters. Got another protection from evil. We'll do that on Minsk. Actually, I might as well just use it on the whole party. Alright. Let's do a save condition. Okay, so we all have protection from evil. So we're good there. So I think I'm going to try and get Dinehair to use a lot of slows.
Think carefully.
As all
the vote. What?
Perhaps.
Let Servox speak. No!
Okay, now. He's going to be massively at risk, but I think maybe the way to go... Okay. I was going to say maybe the way to go is to focus fire, but at the same time... Okay, you can start lobbing arrows. Gonna get you to slow that guy.
Again?
Nature's servant awaits.
Okay, we will attack that doppelganger. Holy. Okay, so we're dealing decent damage. It's her. She dies so fast. I wonder if Milton can heal her. I might as well try. All right. That didn't work.
I care not.
Okay, let's attack this guy. Cat, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. I hope the background noise is interesting.
You're a queer fellow.
Okay, you start hitting that guy.
What is the plan?
Both of you start attacking.
I can, but try.
Both of you start attacking. I think we might actually get this. Oh, I think we might get this. Holy fuck. These arrows are biting. Let's fucking go! Let's go!
You require aid?
Wait, who's attacking?
You're already dead. Cut you down to size.
Wait, is the Duke dead? Okay, no, the Duke's alive. The Duke's alive. It was lucky that such brave people as yourselves intervened on our behalf. Is there anything that I can do for you in return? We have Serevok's diary. Take a look through it. Serevok is the one who tried to kill you, had Entar killed, and nearly killed Elton. I'll take a look, but if you're wrong, the punishment for such false accusations is severe. Those people are the ones who wanted... those people are the ones wanted on multiple counts of murder. Kill them! These people are not to be touched until I have finished reading these documents. You don't need to read that document.
But since I know you're too stupid to take my advice, I'll just take your head.
Yep.
Okay. Where are you? Okay, you can start attacking. You cast a slow on Sarevok, please. Ooh. We'll take the jewels.
I care not.
Sure, we'll take that. Okay.
You have need of me?
Yes, oh, omnipresent.
Sarevok is going to be very strong, but the arrows of biting have been doing some work for us. Okay, Sarevok is slowed. Oh, Belt, why did you get that close?
You're a queer fellow.
Okay, please, arrows of biting.
They're called?
Let's see. Let's cast a magic missile. I just want to see what happens here.
I will not fall here.
Holy shit.
Now. Yes?
Holy shiitake mushrooms. Heal yourself, sir. Chihira. Heal the good man.
I will not fall here.
You and I are not finished yet. Milton the Everlost. I'll kill you, just as I killed Gorion. The only way you'll ever live in peace is if you kill me first.
God, the damage, though.
I think it is in your best interest to hunt Sarevok and kill him before he does the same to you. We've seen enough killing. Even so, I'm sure it would be good for you to know where he teleported to. Just wait a few seconds, and I'll divine his location through the power of my god. He's transported himself to the Thieves' Guild. It would be wise of you to track him down and put an end to his evil. After everything you've done to him, I'm sure he's eager to exact some sort of revenge.
Again?
All right. That was a boatload of damage. Please tell me you saved, please. Harold, thank you for the biddies. Thank you for the biddies. Okay, so... All right, so guys, I did not take my break at the 3-hour mark. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a brief BRB, and then we will track Sarevok. Is he a Vulcan? Probably. Also, you've been loading you up. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just going to be... Don't worry, Kat. Don't worry. You will have the clips. They're very funny. You're not being left with no background noise. I'm just taking a brief break just to... We riot! No breaks! I'm just taking a brief break. And I will leave you with the clips. I just need to grab a little snack, take a little bio break, and then I promise we will continue. I will be right back. Really? Right?
It's good, Sigma.
Can you sing? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for Dagoth. Yeah, Vivek mole-egged his ball. So much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. Now, excuse me while I enjoy my high tea. Tastes like aristocracy. Oh, no, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. I love how that's how you're gay. What the fuck?
Suck on a glorious amount of all-American custard! Yeah, goddammit!
These fuck-ass Nords Nerevar, they're injecting the kids with skooma to change their natural Dunmer skin color. Are you telling me someone willingly slept with Amryn? That motherfucker has been trying to find his rusty iron sword since the Second Era.
Last words, a guy with a beautiful voice. He makes me melt. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. You're really gonna struggle getting down the mountain otherwise. So we're gonna help you. Okay? Okay, are you ready?
Ooh, they knocked the wind out of my balls.
Well, okay, it's not a level 3 unrelenting force, so you wanna know the best part about the Hist? Their entire existence is a pun. They're arboreal appearing entities that exist outside of space-time. They see all the timeline, forward and backward. They're Hist trees. God damn it. You want more? You just saw your buddies get killed, man. Did he grabbed my arrow.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only.
Dagoth's drawing? All right, I'm scared. I think I'm going to die, but we're going to see how this goes. All right, ran out of stamina and got kicked on the ground a whole bunch.
I will burn this building down. I am underslept. I have 3 hours of sleep. No coffee. The fuck?
This is a trust cannon chat. Ah, I believe I can fucking die! Oh no!
Bye, bud.
In that case, Melly, I'm sorry.
The road is long and troubled, and we need
No, Melly, why are you doing this?
No! To gallop down the way with strength and fervor. Melly is made flowing in the wind. Cerberus climbs atop him. A new journey now begins. Yamate Cranberry, the greatest horse you'll ever see, galloping with speed and might. Now sing along with great delight. Yamate Cranberry, clippity, cloppity, clip. Yamate Cranberry leads us on this trip.
Oh, God. Oh, what have I done?
Like, ooh, yay! No. Oh, what the hell? We've slain all the werewolves in this area.
Come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantical.
Nope, no, no. God damn you. Join the werewolf centipede. They touch tips. They touch tips. You do not have a good friendship in Dwarven kingdoms unless you touch tips. It's a cultural thing. Oh shit, oh shit. That is called thinking you have the upper hand and not actually having the upper hand. Look, man, if you would just wear some socks.
I'm wearing socks right now. I have one sock on and one sock off.
Fishnets.
What's wrong with that? It's still a sock. Shut up. It still counts. It's still socks. Still socks.
早上好，中国！现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是速度与激情9比，冰淇淋速度与激情9，我最喜欢。所以现在是音乐时间，准备1、2、3，2个礼拜以后，速度与激情9 X3，不要忘记，不要错，国际的去电影院看速度与激情9，因为非常好，电影动作非常好，差不多一样。冰淇淋再见。
Your local pop punk band, Colon Feeling.
Welcome to Colon Feeling. We're serving up a shitstorm.
10% of the winnings are going towards braiding my glitching taint hair.
Thank you guys so much for accommodating the break, even though it's not ads right now. Oh, let's just turn the music off. I hope you all grabbed a snack. Hope you all grabbed a drink. If so, what did you grab? I had a burger, and I had some ginger ale.
A cunning plan that cannot fail. Yes.
I used past tense, and I was wrong.
What is the plan?
Because I'm currently still having it.
Think
Okay,
carefully.
so Nimloth in the chat has said that we're basically at endgame. We're basically at endgame.
Think
so
carefully.
What I'm thinking of doing here...
Yes, at any
Like,
cost.
yes, there's more of the game to experience. But at the same time, I'm really enjoying this particular aspect of the story, and I don't necessarily want to break with that. Like, the inclination that I'm feeling as the player is to pursue. I want to go after Saravok. But at the same time, I know for a fact that there is some other content that I haven't really dove into yet. So, for example, there's the quest of Archeon and Nemphri. Archeon's Bloodstone Amulet, the Fisherman and the Priestess. We've got the Half-Ogre near Baragost, Girk's Cloak, Jared and the Bear, Melicamp and the Chicken, etc. Actually, I think I did this one. Yeah, we did this. Why is this not complete? We did this. Interesting. Winter Wolf Pelts. Nira has had a quest with us, but we haven't really pursued that. Alright, good news is that maybe perhaps the Flaming Fist will leave you. Perhaps. Maybe. Just maybe. Okay. So. What is the DLC content?
With caution.
Like, how do you encounter the DLC? I'm assuming it's one of these areas here. So we've got Seawatch Tower. We've got the Firewine Bridge. Ulcaster School. Adoy's Enclave. I think we did the Null Stronghold. That's where we got Dynahair. Which one of these other areas would... Do you mean the original 1999 DLC or the Beam Dog? I'm playing the Enhanced Edition, so I believe I mean, pardon me, the Beam Dog DLC. I don't know if they kept the original 1999 DLC. I don't know that for a fact. This is a first-time playthrough for me, so I'm very much in the dark when it comes to this. I don't know anything about this game. I'm just taking pot shots essentially and seeing what sticks. Expansion is 2 areas. Ulgoth's Beard. Okay, so that's in the northern area. It's not recommended Durlog's Tower yet. It's very difficult, but also amazingly amazing. Okay. So we do want to do that. So Seawatcher Tower, that's Durlog's Tower. That's the sense I'm getting from that. Okay, well in that case, let's go to... Let's explore. We'll go to the Friendly Arm again.
Think carefully.
We'll do a save condition here. And I know to take your guys' advice when it comes to this for one very specific reason. While playing Daggerfall, I wasn't necessarily engaging very deeply with the content when I first started, but then luckily, Dev, who knows quite a bit about Daggerfall, hopped into the game and started exposing me to... Like, Daggerfall basically hadn't clicked yet. And Dev was like, oh, okay, like why isn't it clicking? What are your issues that you're having with the game right now? And I explained what my frustrations were, and Dev was like, oh, okay, well, do this, 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 and this. And I started engaging more deeply with the game, and it's one of my favorite games of all time at this point. Definitely one of my favorite Elder Scrolls games. So I know that when Nimloth is saying, okay, look, like, I understand you're at endgame and you're itching to attack Sarabok, but there's a lot of really great content that I know for a fact you haven't seen, and you should definitely see it.
At any cost.
So I'm taking the advice. I'm definitely taking the advice. And that's one of the best things about playing these games in the way that I have been playing them, which is with you guys. And that is, you know more about these games than I do, and you love these games deeply. And I don't. Like, it's a first-time playthrough. I'm incapable of loving this game in the sense that I just haven't sunk the hours in. But The Witcher, I'm just in love with the personality. With Baldur's Gate, in particular, I love the tactics of the combat in this game. I'm able to engage with the fighting very, very deeply. One thing that I'm not really getting from this game that everybody tells me is an aspect of it is the engagement with the non-player characters. I'm not really getting that from this game. I'm going to be completely honest. Everything's been very, other than Nira, everything's been very surface level with a lot of these characters. I haven't been getting a lot of side quests out of them. I have been clicking on the characters to converse with them, and I haven't really been getting anything out of them. Just one moment, guys. This is Baldur's Gate. Yeah, fair enough. But I was always told in Baldur's Gate, even like the first few games, you did get some kind of, especially in the enhanced editions, you got a little bit of deeper engagement with the characters, but I haven't been seeing that in this one. To be fair, it might have been Baldur's Gate 2 that was being lauded for that reason. Sequel goes much, okay, yeah, so exactly. Nira and a few others are newest additions. Ah, I see. Okay, so that's why Nira has a little bit more depth. All right, just one more. Sorry, I just got very congested there for some reason. Let's see. What do you have to sell me? Let's do Royal Suite and Rent. Well, even during this stream, you had some similar interactions like Dynahair praising Khaled. Just one line of voiceover, no actual dialogue, but little bits like... Yeah, no, that has been great.
What does the think?
I'm not saying that I am not endeared to the characters. I'm not saying that the character building of this game is bad. I'm just saying that I got the sense that I would be actually speaking at, kind of like a Dragon Age Origins type experience. Well, Baldur's Gate 3. That kind of a thing. And I wasn't getting that. And I was like, am I doing something wrong? Is that just like, are there scripted moments and I'm just not getting those? That sort of thing. But as I've gotten deeper into the game, I've kind of realized that it's not a deficiency on my part. It's just kind of the way the game is. And because I am endeared to characters like Minsk and Dynahair and Khaled and Jaheira, and I'm now self-conscious about the way I say her name, but Imoen. Imoen. But I was expecting a little bit more. And because they are good characters, I'm like, I want more, and I'm not getting more, and that's been a little bit saddening for me, but I've still been having an absolutely fantastic time with the game, and the story is really, really fun. The story is super, super fun. Let's see.
With caution.
All right, let's head down here. Okay, so we are officially well rested. We have our divergent save conditions, so that if we ever want to backtrack or anything, we can do that. Now, let's head... There's a lot of areas, a part of the original game, that I haven't visited. I think I'm going to visit those first. And then we'll start diving into the DLC stuff. And it will also make me more powerful for my final encounter with Sarabok. So I think that can only be a good thing.
Yes.
And I have a feeling in these wilderness areas, because I'm so much stronger now, this is going to be a much easier traversal. When I was doing early game, I was getting my ass handed to me. Alright. Let's go for the giant spider, shall we?
What is the plan? With caution.
Although, I will say this, even the weaker enemies in the game, and I like this about the game, it's never you're just hellaciously stronger than them. Of course, I'm not a super high level. For example,
you require
Milton is... He is level 6. So I'm not a very high level at all, honestly. There are many people, many people who know how to play the game better than me, more optimally than me. But my focus with this playthrough is just on having just a genuine experience with the game. I'm not trying to do a challenge run or, you know, have this optimal kind of combat build or anything like that. I'm just trying to play the game as a first-time player. And I think that's something that you guys might have a different opinion, but this is something in modern gaming that I definitely feel is being lost. That kind of the curious new player. There's always this kind of... I think this is a good way to put it. We are so concerned with winning in our video games that we forget to have fun. I think that's a good way to put it, and I think that is an experience that I see mirrored by a lot of people that I speak to and that I engage with on the internet. Everyone's like, well, why aren't you looking up, like, the win conditions of the game? Why are you just kind of meandering around? I had someone come in on the YouTube side of the stream and be like, you've been playing The Witcher 1 for like 2 months. You know, like, it's only like an 8 or like a 10-hour game or whatever it actually is. And I kind of...
What is the plan?
I kind of sat there and I'm like, well, first of all, I'm streaming it, so that's one. But for 2, I'm just kind of allowing myself to just be in the world of The Witcher. I'm just trying to enjoy the game for what it is. Oh, hello. We'll wait to get our friends back. And I do find it... I'm not saying that this chatter was kind of referring to me in that way, but oh shit, that is a sword spider.
Yes.
What now? Need your pantaloons pressed?
Yes.
All right, let's move you into position here.
What about my needs?
Actually, you know what you could probably do?
That's just what they'll do.
One of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you. All right, I'm going to hit the Wraith Spider. Oh, that biting arrow. That biting arrow. Okay, that didn't feel like a trap to me. That felt like genuinely something attacked in that way. Win condition, be the one. Last one standing. Other win condition, acquire Boo. Right, Boo.
Feel my
Holy Minsk. That's not good. Alright.
Yes. Agreed.
Let us go.
As needed.
Okay, so there's clearly quite a bit of traps. That's a spider's den of some sort. Let's see what we have here. And actually, after meeting Minsk, Boo is 100% a win condition of the game. If you are not getting Boo, you are playing Baldur's Gate wrong. Alright, let's lure it in.
Cool one, son.
You're a queer fellow.
Alright, I'm Owen.
Again?
Sorry, I prefer Edwin.
Can I help you?
Nature's servant awaits.
Oh, my heart's really not in this.
Alright, there we are.
As needed.
Let's see. Let's back it up.
D'accord, no less than
Alright,
done.
we'll move you back. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yes.
There are a lot of spooters. Why are there a lot of spooters? That is the real question. Sometimes there's just a lot of spiders. Oh. Okay, that's an Eder cap.
What you want?
Right, I'm just gonna have you start shooting.
Let the shooting begin.
I've done had enough of this.
You require aid?
Yes,
Agreed.
Are you in?
Authority figure.
Oh, no, 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 no. You lure them in.
No less than done.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Poison an enemy who likes to poison. Ironic.
Yep.
I do like me some biting arrows.
Let's talk more fight.
Yes.
Okay, no poison yet. We're in good shape.
Go for the eyes, Boo.
Oh, man. Hello.
Yes.
Damage. Looks as my omnipresent authority figure. Alright, you are poisons.
Again?
Do we have any antidotes? We might not, actually. That is a very real possibility. We might be out of antidotes. And it is certainly appearing as though we are missing antidotes. Let's see, let's get that over to you. What is this? That is a random protection scroll. Okay, in that case, Milton, you have slow poison.
As needed.
And that pretty much got rid of it. Okay, now this is right around where we got ambushed. Okay. Hadrian! Welcome in, Raiders! Okay, one moment. I'm getting attacked by a sword spider right now, but welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to the game library. I hope that you guys are all having fantastic days. Hadrian, what were you playing? Actually, you know what? I should pause my game here so that I can give you guys a proper shouty for dropping in.
a god. How can you kill a god?
Let's see what you're... Conan Exiles. I heard that game recently got a just insane update. Basically went to a new engine. Went from Unreal Engine 4 to 5, I believe. Raiders, welcome to the Game Library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer with a channel focused on video games, history, and the preservation of that history through experience. Today we're playing some Baldur's Gate, the Enhanced Edition. We're very close to endgame right now, so at the recommendation of chat, I'm currently I'm currently just enjoying all of the ancillary content that the game has to offer before I end up losing out on the opportunity. We were playing Conan Exiles. Very fun. Amazing. So what is it? I always ask people this, or I try to anyways, when they raid in, but the game that you were playing, what is it that you are drawn to when it comes to a game like Conan Exiles? So the game I'm playing right now, Baldur's Gate, the Enhanced Edition, I'm very much enjoying the tactics of the gameplay. I really like real-time combat with pause, and I like the idea that each character has a toolkit that I can utilize to greatest effect. It never feels like when I lose a fight, it's my fault. You know? Like, it's always just, there's something I could have done, there's another angle I could have played, kind of thing. Open world exploration, some survival. Can explore anywhere, and you don't have to do anything in particular order. Well, you sound almost like an Elder Scrolls fan, Hadrian. By the way, is the name Emperor Hadrian? Just curious. I'm a little bit of a history buff. It reminds you of Skyrim. Well, as you can see, I absolutely detest all things Elder Scrolls. Absolutely detest it. No, it's Hadrian. Hadrian from a book. What book? What book? Very, very curious to know what book. And it's a selfish reason. I am very much a bookworm. I'm currently reading the Witcher series right now because that is another game that we are playing through. We've started with The Witcher 1, and we are working our way through the entirety of the series as we beat the games. That first word is kind of throwing me through a loop. Reria Revelations series. I'm going to write that down. I will look into this. I will take that under advisement. I will look into that. Oh, so, Reria. Okay, so I wasn't all wrong. Baldur's Gate also has a book, but is not so highly regarded. Ooh, interesting. What is the book called? Baldur's Gate. I know that there's also been an announcement that Baldur's Gate 3 is getting some show by the sounds of it. So, and a lot of people, honestly, myself included, I'm kind of just questioning why everything popular has to just be flogged for all of its value. You know, Baldur's Gate 3 was a fun game. I know there's a lot of people in terms of the Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 camp that think that 3 was a bit of a departure, but it is genuinely a fun game. I think that even if the Baldur's Gate nameplate wasn't on that game, it still would have been really fun, just mechanically, with the dice roll and everything. You have to raid and run? I was supposed to be off an hour ago. I'm kind of in the same camp. I normally end at about 4 hours, but I'm having quite a bit of fun, so I'm debating running an extra hour or two. Yeah. But I will take good care of the peeps. Thank you so much for trusting your community here. Guys, if you haven't checked Hadrian out already, I have not, but I certainly will be. And actually, I need to make sure that I'm doing this, because I've been very bad for this in the past. I remember names very well. I eventually remember to do it, but not immediately. So, I've dropped Hadrian a follow. I will be checking out the stream. I recommend that you guys hit that heart button, head over to the channel, check out Hadrian, see if you vibe with the content, and hang out. Just keep going. It's Friday. It is Friday. It is Friday. I do get to sleep in tomorrow. Although my weekends are a little bit occupied because my sister has a German Shepherd that, well, it's kind of a Heinz 57, honestly, but a German Shepherd she recently got, and it's a Spitfire. Her name is Nova. And I love dog training. I love dogs. So my sister has asked for my assistance in dealing with said Spitfire. So I'm devoting a bit of my weekend each week to helping my sister wrangle an insane puppy. So we're gonna see how that goes. Back into the game. You might have dozed off. Totally didn't wake up at 4 a.m. today. You and I are in the same boat, if that is the case. All right, back into the game. All right, so we have been attacked by the spiders, but we have not triggered the traps yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to back up to a spot where I don't think we're going to get too screwed over. Okay, so Amoan can start lobbing arrows.
What you want?
And I think we can start attacking the sword spider pretty safely. Dynahair, yeah, just do a magic missile. Oh, okay. Do I have another slow poison? I do. Milton will cast that onto Khalid, slow poison. Okay, Khalid, you need to get out of the fight.
Yes, for now.
All right, let's take them down. Minsk, please get into the fray, good sir.
Let's talk more fun.
Okay, Dynahair needs to run. Okay, this is actually going kind of horribly. And he's poisoned again.
Away from civilization, one has time to order one's thoughts.
Milton just stopped attacking and started musing. That has never happened before. He's a yapper like me. All right, let's do this right after we beat the Ettercaps. Okay, so we've got quite a few spiders here. Let's head over this way where I know that we can contend with the fight. Pardon me. Oh, ho, 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 ho. What are you? Some Tasloy.
As well as I can.
Again?
Servant away. You're a clear fellow.
I'm not hitting the right button, that would be why.
Let's talk more fight.
Why is that not...
Yes?
Why is that not selecting all of them?
You require aid?
Can I help?
Normally I can hit shift and it selects all of them. Alright, in that case, Dynahair.
As well as I can.
Yes?
I wonder why that is not working.
Again, think carefully.
Alright.
They wish as well as I
Let's get Dynahair out of the fray a little bit. Have you start lobbing arrows.
Servant away.
Okay, now it works. Alright. The one risk with the spiders is really poison. That is the big one.
What is the plan?
Okay.
Feel my power.
You can probably make fairly short work of the Tasloy.
Oh,
There we go.
That's really not in this.
You require think carefully.
Very low experience from the Tasloi. Actually, the spiders aren't great experience either. Okay, we will do a quick save, make sure that we're not losing progress. Make our way down here. I always like to map out the entirety of the area. Get any secrets that the area might have on offer. I'm similar to Hadrian, who just raided in. I'm very much an exploration nut. That's one of the reasons the Elder Scrolls franchise is one of my favorites. Because it doesn't really pressure you one way or another. And that's every Elder Scrolls. Like, Skyrim, for all of its faults, it is that. It does not pressure you to do anything. Now, the problem is, once you do something, it doesn't really... I would argue that Skyrim doesn't really make the world respect or respond to the choices that you've made. Which is why games like Morrowind and Daggerfall kind of feel a little bit more impactful to me. Daggerfall especially can be quite punishing when it comes to the world responding to your inputs. Certain guilds just won't interact, will refuse to interact with you, so on and so forth. Factionism, or factions, they're very important in that game.
Yes, oh, omnipresent authority.
Conan Exiles is a game I've thought about playing and have been interested in it. Harold, you seem very much like I'm not really an online game enjoyer. Like games like Conan Exiles, like Ark, that sort of thing. It's not really my cup of tea. Like I get the appeal conceptually, but whenever I actually like get into those games, I end up interacting with a game in quite a shallow way. And it's just... I feel like a lot of the crafting that is necessary in games like that, it's something that, like, you know, if I want something like that, I kind of feel like I'd just go play Minecraft, honestly. It's tough. They're not bad games. They're just not games that I resonate with particularly. Like, any game with connectivity as kind of a staple of it, like, when I'm in the world, and, you know, here's the difference. Here's the difference for me. Whenever we're walking around the world, if I'm alone, I want to feel like I'm alone. So whenever I see, you know, username and someone just running around, I'm not like, oh my god, there's a person. I'm like, oh my god, there's a person. That's what it is. Like, I would much rather... because that player isn't going to give me story, necessarily. That player is not going to expand the scope of the game for me. They will provide camaraderie, they will provide someone to play with, and they will deepen the gameplay in that way. But for me, it's, depending on the game, of course, that is very immersion breaking for me. And as someone who, like, I'm a lore and immersion guy, give me story and give me just a deep world, and I will love that game forever. That's it. Yeah. I've never been able to articulate it like that before, but it just kind of occurred to me. I got a mental picture of myself playing the Old Republic. I really like Star Wars, and that was an MMO I wanted to give a try. Star Trek Online is another one. Star Trek Online in particular, actually. I really liked the story in that game, and I really liked the ship combat. The ship combat was just so good. And I wanted that game so badly to just not have MMO mechanics. The fact that I needed to go to a hub world to use shops, and there were certain areas that were kind of locked behind having a basically a party of multiple people and that sort of thing, I was just kind of sat there like, and I liked the game. I liked the gameplay. That was actually one of the only MMOs where the combat was fun to me. Most MMOs, I detest the combat. Also, the stories of a lot of MMOs are pretty weak oftentimes. Yes, because the point of an MMO is not the story. It is the community. The point of an MMO is to be social. That is the point. So, and for me, whenever I've played, I play video games. The stream has been a massive departure from this for me. But I used to play video games like I would read a book. I would sit down, I would make everything around me quiet. I would have like coffee or a tea beside me, and I would just devote myself solely to focusing on that. Railbound, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. I am doing fantastic. I'm doing very, very well today. Unfortunately, my pup, Quinn, her arthritis is kicking in pretty bad. She has autoimmune issues, which kind of make her arthritis, but... Joy, 4 a.m. Cryptid, welcome in. Haven't been here in a while. Did you change your... I'm growing it out. My hair is longer. And my part... I've changed the part on my hair. But yeah, time has passed. I now have floof on my head. Whereas before, I didn't. In the early days of the stream, I would always keep my hair very, very... I was always getting haircuts. Like, every 4 weeks, I would get my hair cut. Because I honestly liked having short hair. I still do. But I haven't had my hair long since I was like 19. And I just want to do it again. You know, just one more time. At least. One more time at least. And just try a new hairstyle. I've had the same hairstyle since I was like 23. You know, it's time to shake shit up. Know what I'm saying? Oh, pardon me. Ooh, that ginger ale almost went down the wrong pipe. Whew. One more time before it goes. You know what? I have very good genetics in that regard. My dad didn't bald. My granddad on my mom's side didn't bald. My granddad on my dad's side didn't bald. My uncle did. My uncle on my dad's side did. But both of my uncles on my mom's side, they haven't really had an issue with that either. So I've got a good head of hair. And it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Thick, luscious locks. That is what I have. Relish that crap while you have it. I will. Alright, let's kill some spiders, shall we?
You've a task for the
You know what?
Whatever they need, no less.
Done here to run.
Go for the eyes!
Please no poison. Thank God. I've been getting so poisoned. It's the one thing I hate about spiders in this game. It's just...
as needed.
I wouldn't even care if they dealt, like, really high damage. Okay, down here.
Again, at any
Lead
cost.
them over, please. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, just down here. Okay, a Moen.
You're a queer fellow.
Start lobbing your arrows, please.
Can I help you?
Okay, Khaled, move in.
Let's start mode fight.
No!
There we go.
No!
Oh, that was like an immediate poison. That sucks.
No!
Now, Milton, do you still have slow poison? You do. Let's use that, shall we?
No!
Okay, now, Milton, you can start attacking this Ettercap.
Stand against me.
Start taking him down.
Bleed.
You know what? I don't think Milton's ever been poisoned. Now that I'm thinking about it, Milton has never been poisoned. All right.
Agreed.
We have laid our hands upon Khalid, the beautiful man. Hope you all have a great day, night, and morning, and sorry for the dog. All good, Rail, all good. It sounds like it's fairly early in the morning for you, so please get some rest if you need it. It sounds like a few people in the community are feeling pretty tired these days. I must confess, sleep isn't sleep. I've been there, man. One thing that I would recommend, and I really recommend this, is the physiologic breath. So, I've explained this in the stream before, but the physiologic breath really helps with it's relaxation in general, but if you have anxiety disorders, if you have issues with panic attacks, overthinking, that sort of thing, what I would do is I would close your eyes, and this isn't just like you do 2 breaths and it's like done, right? You have to commit to the physiologic breath and just keep it going as much as you can. So the physiologic breath is diaphragmatic breathing for 1. You want to fill your lungs. If your shoulders are rising, you're doing it wrong. Diaphragm. Right here. Your rib cage should be expanding while you do this. Okay? So what you're going to do, especially if you're trying to sleep, I would recommend closing your eyes and focusing psychologically on the breath. Close your eyes and then inhale completely through the nose. And when you feel like you can't get any more air, forcefully inhale. And then forcefully exhale. So again, forceful inhale through the nose. At the end of the full inhale, force more air. Then, once you have forced more air, forcefully exhale. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. So,
this is the tale you seek.
and that is the physiologic breath. Do this over and over and over and over again. That is the breathing you should be doing until you relax, basically. And what this does, kind of mechanically for your body, is that forceful inhale, that causes you to expel a lot of the carbon dioxide that you have not completely gotten rid of.
And the tribe unmourned?
Like, you don't quite get rid of all the CO2 when you exhale in the breath. By the way, Cryptid, thank you so much for the resub. 12 months, an entire year. My friend, thank you so much. Much love. Question of the day answer from Necro. Welcome in, Necro. Getting the interest of the younger generation who seems to require contact action and gimmicks to stay invested. And I think that's, at the end of the day, that is an advocacy thing on the retro community's part. I think that, and I see this a lot, so I know that this isn't a rarity, but what the retro community needs to do is stop calling these people smooth brains. These people aren't deficient, they just don't know better. And I get that there's antagonism on both sides. There's antagonistic conversations on both sides. But at the same time... There's antagonistic conversations on both sides. But I've always been one that says you should not allow the actions of others to dictate your own actions. So, Railbound, I don't know, could you sound off in the chat? I don't know if you actually heard any of my physiologic breath talk. So I would be curious to know if that was helpful. Remember, one generation thought eating... Oh, ugh. Yeah, I'm not even gonna touch that with the 10-foot pole. Good lord. That is good. So, after I would say about 10 breaths, you'll notice that you get into kind of a meditative state. You're focused a lot more on the breath rather than your anxious thoughts. Because with the physiologic breath, you do have to focus on it. You can't just... You actually have to be like, okay. You have to focus on that aspect. Especially that forceful inhale at the end. That is something you have to focus on. So you're taking yourself out of your own head, which helps. And you're focusing on your body, which I also find helpful. Did you get a haircut or lack thereof? Maybe the glass. No, I've tried to... God, I'm styling my hair differently. I'm basically just slicking my hair right back, putting some product in it, and then letting my bangs just fall where they may. Whereas I used to just comb. My part is actually right around here, not here. So this is different for me. But also the glasses, yes. Okay, let's move down here back. The 2000s called. Yeah, it's gonna be May. It's gonna be May.
Yes, you have need of me?
Yes, omnipresent authority. You want?
You can't shame me with the 2000s. I was there. I lived it.
My brain will put you down to size.
Again?
All right, couple of Tasloid taken down. I think that's all of them. Books looking somewhat, yes, little bit different. Possibly a little bit bespectacled. Once it gets, like, past 10, I just throw the blue light glasses on. Okay, so let's see. I know the spiders are right around here. And I don't quite want to have a fight with them yet, because they were actually kicking my butt. I think if it wasn't for the poison stack, it would actually be okay. Have you ever considered slicking your hair up to look like the Adoring Fan? Honestly, when we hit 1,000 subs... Ooh. Danak. Okay, I'm just gonna say this first. If I hit, like... I don't know. Actually, what would a good landmark be? I would do an Oblivion Remastered stream. I would pick up my Oblivion... Oh, actually, you know what? I'd do the Dagoth Follower mod. I would do the Dagoth Follower mod. And then, yes, I have enough product, I could totally do that. I don't think my hair's long enough yet, but I could kind of get there. That would take a lot of hairspray, though. A lot of pomade. You won't mention your age? Older or younger? Dagother cosplay. You know what? I really don't want to have to dye myself gray. All you have to do is sit in the loincloth for 4 hours. Yeah, and dye myself gray and wear a gold mask. That would kind of be a nightmare, actually. It is so sad to have to meet you on this fine day. Normally, we'd be quite ecstatic to our visitors, but in these troubled times, we really do desire privacy. We just can't afford to have anyone knowing that we're here. That is why you must die. Please don't kill us. We don't want to die. Just wait a moment. We won't bother you.
Just let us go our own way, and you'll never see us again. Sorry, but the Red Wizards of Thay are not known for their magnanimous nature. We're going to have to kill you.
Oh, the Red Wizards! Yes, they attacked Nira.
Yes. What about Devaith Fear cosplay? That's like a normal Tuesday.
You point.
All right.
I punch.
Let's get into the battle. I think these guys are just fighters.
Yep.
They wish my ear?
Actually, you
What
know
is
what?
the plan?
Let's
go
go
fight. You're a clear
Moen,
You
you can start
require
attacking.
Omnipresent authority figure.
What?
Boom!
Huge.
Do it again! Do it again! Get it! Whatever. I don't care. Boom!
Whatever they need.
Alright. Magic missile.
What you want?
And if you can... Boom! It's the best! I love it. Alright, so that is just a regular quarterstaff, but we do have some robes now. Alright, Jaheira, please, for the love of God, do not aggro anything. I will cry. Can we save the game? No, we cannot. We have to wait for the confusion to dissipate.
This group shows promise exceptional.
Yes, hello. I'm very sorry to bother you, but do you mind saving your damn king? Oh, son of a bitch, Minsk. Why is it always Minsk? Boo! Bring him back. Bring him back now, you magical space hamster. Oh, son... Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Thank God.
My rodent.
Thank God.
Will gets the kick.
You've a task as good as done.
Guys, you have no idea how close we were to aggroing those spiders. They were right here. Minsk was walking all the way here, and then he was going to hit a wall, and he was going to start going this way. We were literally going to aggro the spiders that we've been avoiding.
Yes, with caution.
Alright. Oh.
I can carry no more.
Alright, well, we'll give these over to Dynahair. Dynahair has no more room. Can give the potions over to Jaheira. Dynahair. You can give jewelry over to... Actually, we're going to give the potions over to Milton. And then these scrolls can go over to you. Jewelry over to you. Boom. Very nice, very nice. And now let's take more shit. Any more loot?
I can carry no more.
Okay, these can go in your scroll holder. Give you a little more room as well. Can go over to a Moen. Is this... Yeah, so unidentified ring. So we will have to identify that.
Again?
Okay, quarterstaff can go away. Ooh, that's a learnable spell. Very nice. What is... Oh, remove magic. Nice. We has a new spell.
For now.
Alright, let's save our game. And now, unfortunately, we are going to have to deal with the spiders. Minsk just has a mind of his own. You know how it is. He took a sudden blow to the head and, well, the rest is history. Okay, perfect. We lured one in.
What is the plan? You require aid? At any cost.
Yep, I've done had enough of this.
Directed.
Question of the biggest day. The biggest challenge is the physical decay of hardware, and of course the willingness of the gaming industry. I think that I was kind of having a discussion about this with a friend earlier, and it's kind of prompted the question of the day. And I think that what needs to happen is that there needs to be a rewrite of copyright, fundamentally. Basically, what needs to happen is that, I don't think that the original IP holders should necessarily be required to preserve their own previous games. I think that I'm completely happy with a community-based initiative for that stuff. I mean, after all, that's kind of what we have right now. We just have to make sure that, well, I mean, we just need to get rid of the piracy aspect of it, essentially. We just have to get rid of the legal categorization of what we are currently having to do to preserve games. But there's another facet to this. If the developer is willing to play ball and preserve their games across time, then I think that should be supported, and they should be allowed to charge money for that. But, and I really like this idea that my friend had, there should be a cap on it. The cost that you are charging for that old game can never exceed the adjusted for inflation cost of... Actually, screw that. Not even adjusting for inflation, just whatever they used to charge. So, Ocarina of Time was whatever back in the day. They cannot charge more than that. So that we don't get any sort of like price gouging like we do in the aftermarket for our physical media. What about Duvaith Fear? You can even find enough people to make his harem. I might have even read that previously, but...
I care not.
Yes.
Okay, let's bring you guys right here.
Feel my power.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Okay, let's save
For
the
now.
game. I'm gonna see if I can bait the spiders. I'm just gonna be locking in here for a moment. Let's go. Let's go.
You're a queer fellow.
Again?
Click on someone
Yes.
in your
Okay, I don't think we have any traps here.
You're already dead.
Oh, the Barnyard movie. I very vaguely remember that.
Think carefully.
That was a DreamWorks movie, was it not?
Quite as much help as I thought.
That was the one with like the CG cow, right? Ooh, 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 ooh.
Go Ryan would be.
Okay, let's back off. Let's back off. Okay, now.
What is the plan?
Less talk, more fight.
That all?
You know what, Dinah Hare? We're just going to have you
What you
back
want?
off.
I'm gone.
Go for the
We're going to send you here a moment. Please attack. Oh, very nice. Very nice hit. No poison.
Power.
No poison.
You require aid.
Yes! I remember Johnny Cash covering Tom Petty from that movie.
Tread lightly. You must show respect in nature's house.
You know what, Yorm? Mrs. Books and I had a very similar thought with another DreamWorks movie. Mrs. Books kind of just said one day, she's like, we haven't watched Shrek in a really long time. Like, we just haven't watched Shrek in a very long time.
At any cost.
So she just put Shrek on one day, and we watched Shrek one weekend, and then the following weekend we watched Shrek 2. Neither of us are super into Shrek the Third or I forget what the fourth movie is called, but they made a fourth one, were not super
Perhaps this group needs not quite as much
interested in those later movies. Like, they were okay, but, you know, it wasn't the original, but... Saying Shrek gives me fly. the Witcher swamp, Necro's just... My god. The swamp!
Legend, right, Boo?
We're going back! We're going... you can't make me! I'm not going back! We're never going back. Get me away from Vizima. Get me away from this dastardly city. Oh, son of a bitch! Alright. I'm not even trying to salvage that. Fuck that.
Think carefully.
That was just like a faceplant. That was just a hard fail. I'm going through that now with Archspore. Wrecked me so hard. Oh, like are you playing The Witcher again? Actually, speaking of which, I don't think we actually got through the entirety of that one cave.
Promise exceptional.
Oh, awesome! Like, obviously you've played it before, but how are you liking it? Like, I'm always interested in subsequent playthroughs as well as first playthroughs. I think, honestly, the test of a truly good game is living up to the memory of the first playthrough. Like, it's very hard. It is a very hard line to toe. But I think that The Witcher is going to be a game where there's lots of depth in the game. Like, I hate to mention the cards, but honestly, like, if you don't collect all of the cards in a single playthrough, or if you don't know you can, there can be a little bit of added playthrough there. I could see the frustrations with combat, and Chapter 2 is testing my patience in handling all the quests. Yes. One thing, and I think that since I'm playing the game a little more recently than you, what I can say honestly is that you should stop thinking of each quest in terms of its own chapter. This is something, Jerkops and I have talked about this on stream before, and that is, The Witcher is very bad at telling you whether or not a quest will be completed within that individual chapter. So, for example, the Berengar quest, you get that quest, like, early chapter, well, frankly speaking, I think chapter 1. But you don't actually see the fruition of that quest until much, much later. And there's kernels of that quest throughout all of the chapters in between. So what I try to do, and like, honestly, I am finding that the quest tracker in the game, it has its uses, but by and large, I just need to focus on interacting with the NPCs. You aren't even finished. Yeah, I know I'm not. For example, Subnautica 2, 1, cannot publish recordings without a disclaimer, cannot upload to paid platforms, 2, Crafton can take away access at any point, terms of change, remote access, cannot play on more than one device without additional licenses. Oh, so it's basically a subscription service, is what you're saying. Yeah. Yep. Yep, I absolutely see what you're saying. Mm-hmm. I think that is telling of the nature of the current state of media that we live in. You know, there was an expectation when you had to ship a game, right? When you had to actually ship something to someone, and you didn't have the option of DLC. Honestly,
I prefer these long periods of relaxation.
there is
a lovely day for it.
A lot of these games weren't perfect. A lot of these games have glitches. But even with that as a part of the equation, I can honestly say that we did have a lot more games that were complete when I was growing up. Now, whether or not they ran perfect, like, that's kind of par for the course. The fact of the matter is that, like, it was a game. It was a complete piece of media. Whereas now it's like, yeah, you know what? We're about 80% done. So we're just going to ship the game, and people are just going to be playing early game, and by the time we do 1.1, they won't even be halfway through the game, so whatever, we'll just force an update. You know, I don't think I asked, what did you think of Berengar's reveal? Did you think it was worth it? Obviously you aren't finished with his story, but he remained a figure that was always just a few steps ahead of Geralt, only just managed to catch up with him. I think that Berengar... I was not expecting him to be so resentful. I think that's the biggest thing that I've noticed with Berengar. I was taken aback by his reveal. And I was like, holy crap, like, you are bitter. Very bitter. And I've never experienced that in any of the Witcher books that I, like, insofar as I've been through the series, I haven't encountered that yet. Geralt has regret from his lot in life, but he doesn't have anger. And frankly, the Witchers are his tribe. They are his people. He loves them. So I think that it is very cool to see that one of the Witchers kind of resented what he was given. Because for many people, you hear about the change, it does not sound like a gift. It does not sound fun. In fact, it kills most people. Oh, and yeah. Can't have a refund when you're just streaming it. Alright, now this is where the traps are going to be. So what we're going to try and do is we are going to... Actually, I'm just going to take Dynahair. I'm not even going to move the whole party. Dynahair's nice and fast.
Tread lightly. You must show respect in nature's house.
Interesting. Is there no sword spider this time around? There you are. You son of a bitch! No! Right. Get the hell out of Dodge. Get the hell out of Dodge. Okay, now.
Yes?
Nature's servant awaits.
You're a queer fellow.
Oh, my heart's really not in this.
Damn.
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
Please heal yourself. Do not die. Do not die. No. Thank you very much. Oh, Khaled. Come on, buddy. Again?
No! You've a task?
That is so annoying.
No!
Okay, Kim Khaled, if I use a spell on him, can Khaled survive?
Nature's servant awaits.
We might honestly have to rest as well.
Getting weaker. I'll need a healer as soon as possible.
Well, you got a healer.
No!
We do have some health potions as well. We don't have any antidotes. We are out. So, I don't know. He might just have to sit here and swig healing potions.
No!
Which I know sounds ridiculous, but...
I'm getting weaker. I'll need a healer as soon... No!
Yeah, take your medicine! You silly bugger.
No! I'm getting weaker. I'll need a healer as soon as possible.
There we go. Have another potion, Khaled, please. Thank you. You know what, Avalon? I don't think it's simply that. Oh dear, are you I am not evil, Britnoth. No, I'm a goody two-shoes. Milton the Everlost is a lawful good cavalier paladin who is extremely strong, extremely charismatic for some reason. Yeah, I have no slow poisons left. I just ran out. No slow poison, and I have no antidotes. And this area is rife with spiders. So I do have to go back, but I want to finish the area before I do so. Now,
as well as I can.
I know where the enemies are now, though. So I think I'm going to do something a little bit thathy. Oh, is there only one more? You know what?
Yep.
Sure, we'll use lightning. He's near death.
They wish no less than done.
What is the plan?
Milton, for some reason you do not get poisoned. So we will use you.
They call no less than done.
Star, welcome in. A tip, if you have the purple health potions, they don't only heal. They give back hit points and heal. Ooh, I do have those. So Elixir of Health actually heals all of it. Interesting. Okay, so we'll give this to Khalid. And then give a few of these to Jaheira.
Yes,
Jaheira does need to heal a little bit. But I did not know that. Thank you, Star.
You require aid? Yes.
What I find interesting about Baldur's Gate, just like conceptually, is how much of an emphasis there is on... Shit. We might get stuck.
Cost.
I thought there wasn't any left. Okay,
Whatever they need.
Boom! Alright, beautiful. That was gorgeous. That was absolutely gorgeous. Alright, you can attack.
They wish as directed.
Dynahair, you need to run. Moen, I would like you to attack this giant spider here.
They call as directed.
Okay, that's a phase spider.
You're a queer fellow.
Yeah, Moen can just attack this one.
Again?
Oh, dear. Okay, 1 second.
What is the plan?
Okay, let's see. Really only need to give her one.
What you want?
Please pop the purple health potion, because, oh, there it is. Did the work.
You require aid?
Oh, my heart's really not in this.
Perfect. Very nice. Minsk is held. Can you imagine a world without gaming after experiencing it before it vanishes? Can I imagine a world without gaming? I think that what I would ask is, do humans in any point in their history have entertainment? Like video games being put as an aside, do we have it? Do we insist? Do we create pleasant ways to pass the time? We create card games, we create tabletop games, we create board games, we create video games, we create sound games. So, in a sense, like maybe they're like, if there was just this grotesque digital apocalypse, yeah, okay, video games go away, and I had a really cool experience and everything, but at the same time, we would just come up with something else. And I think that eventually, like, video games are a natural end. Right? If you look at human history, if you look at the evolution of entertainment, it is no mistake that we came to video games, that we landed on video games, and that video games is the largest entertainment medium that we have. It surpasses music, it surpasses movies. It is the biggest entertainment medium that exists. And I think that information is accurate, even today. It certainly was 5 years ago.
Good on you if you saved the day.
But I think that if we regressed, A, we would find ways to have fun, and then B, we would get back here. Eventually, we would get back to this. And I think that's important to remember. Humanity has been playing games for 1,000 years just because it didn't have a screen. Yeah, we used to have fun just pushing a wheel with a stick. Like, that was a game, guys. And by the way, a lot of the sports we enjoy today, soccer, football, hockey, guess what? That was around like 250 years ago. Like, those games have been around for a really long time. Golf was an invention of the Scots. All I'm hearing is EA and Ubisoft are they are Thanos. I'm inevitable. I mean,
again, think
your words.
Carefully.
I think that what I'm more interested in talking about, rather than what happens if this all goes away, is how do we steward this responsibly? How do we A, make sure that it does not go away? Because that's a conversation. And then B, how do we write laws and codify things in a way that make it to where things are just more equitable all around? And I think that was the conversation I was having with my friend before stream today, is, you know, how do we get to a point where, you know, we don't have the abuses of the current industry, but we don't pendulum swing to the inverse of that, to where the developer and the creator of the said games, the funder of said games, the risk taker to get said games made, because we don't have to consume them, but if they want to make money, they have to make them. So how do we incentivize the creation? How do we ensure fairness for the consumer? And how do we make sure that what has been will continue to be? That is the conversation that I want to have as someone who is focused on games preservation. I don't think that you hurt me, so I'm going to hurt you is a good way to go about life, let alone business. So if the consumer and if the Stop Killing Games and other movements, like the preservation movement, the movement that I stand for, which is not Stop Killing Games, it's different. Stop Killing Games is pro-consumer. We might be fighting for some of the same things, but it is different. How do we get something equitable for all of us rather than just some of us? Again, I think the consumer's fully able to be abusive if the law allows them to be. I think that the developer can totally be abusive if the law allows them to be. So we need to provide protections for both sides. And then the consumer, who is incredibly capricious and doesn't necessarily preserve games, shouldn't necessarily be the sole person in charge of preservation, right? A lot of the games that are not preserved in direct response to the fact that consumers didn't like the game. 8 out of 10 people didn't purchase it. So it is now not preserved. In response to the question of the day, I'd say the biggest challenges for game preservation revolve around how fast people's attention shifts from one thing to another. Yeah, being able to play all games ever made is impossible. It is literally impossible. You do not have enough days to do it. That shorter attention span, coupled with constant remakes, remasters, is working towards making OG titles hard to discover. I think that what happens if Steam is not running tomorrow anymore? What will we do? What happens with our games? Well, they're gone. Yeah. If Steam doesn't work, your games do not work. That is why GOG is my preference, because they provide DRM free, and they provide a game that runs, regardless of whether or not you are on GOG. So, that is the ideal. If you have a digital store landscape, that is the ideal. But even GOG is susceptible to a lot of these copyright disputes, right? Cold Fear wasn't on GOG for a very long time because a poor port of it was on Steam. They just didn't have access to it. But then they got access to it, and now we have a nice version of Cold Fear. And the other thing that GOG does is they try their best to get games that they sell to run on modern hardware. That's another big one. So I think that the shorter attention span conversation, that has some merit, but I think that like my generation, the millennials, I think that we grew up in an era before cellular devices, that Gen X and the boomers definitely did. And I think that we're all susceptible to the fact that there's just so much media, right? And if the choice is play E.T. for the Atari 2600 or play Pong for the Atari Pong or play Elden Ring or play Skyrim, most people will choose a contemporary game. When you provide that dichotomy, most people will pick more recent products. And that is because a lot of them run better, they look better, they play better. I advocate for retro games, but I do not deny the fact that the standardization of mechanics and controls don't make games feel more accessible, because they 100% do. I find it so interesting how everything has become so internet reliant. Like Avalon said, what if Steam just stops working? We are likely all losing hundreds of dollars and hours worth of... Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And due to the user license agreements that we have all signed, we are not entitled to reimbursement. You know that user license agreement that you signed when you made your Steam account? That. Now, there are some companies that, irregardless of that agreement, would choose to be like, here you go. But, yeah, by and large, I think that a part of the conversation that we're not having with modern games, we all talk about inslopification and all these buzzwords that, they try to mean something, but really they're just fallacious. What we're not talking about is mechanical things about these games, structural things about these games. File size. The file size of these games. You're telling me that I can fit terabytes of data on a drive the size of my thumb, and yet you cannot make this much, however much data that this game is, fit on a disc or a cartridge? The answer is yes, you can. It just becomes more expensive. So then the further question is, well, do the games have to be this big? Why are the games so huge? And when you interrogate this idea, the fact of the matter is that a lot of these games are the size they are due to junk files. There's just a bunch of crap in these games that they just didn't get the time to optimize, because the industry does not give them time to sit down and really optimize a game. And frankly speaking, the industry never did. The industry never did give them the time. This is kind of an illusion that we have that is mostly born of some nostalgia, but the industry has always been brutal. Like, that has not changed. And there's this facet to it that, now that the games are so graphically gorgeous, now that these games are so mechanically intense, so fast, loading screens, all this different stuff, it just compounded. So the issue that has always existed has just been stacking and stacking and stacking. And that is where we're getting a lot of the issues that we're experiencing these days. So I think that we could certainly create a cheap enough technology that could store modern games on actual physical media. Now, to be fair, physical decays. Disk rot is real. Pins corrode, all this different stuff, right? If your mind is on preservation, then curation is always required. You can't just be like, it's physical, we're good. But if you're... this is where I say stop killing games and games preservation. They kind of align, but they're not the same thing. And one of the biggest parts of that is if the consumer got, say, like, everything's physical again, and you actually just, like, you've got your game and it doesn't require the internet and all this different stuff, you'd be like, hey, consumer has won. But is the game preserved against the ages? And the answer is no. So therein lies the dichotomy between the two. Yeah, there's this ephemerality to all things digital, and that's an illusion. It's illusory. Definitely not. Yeah, no, Avalon. I actually have been making a video on this, and in the same way that humans get stuff wrong when they try to basically do an HD remaster or something like that, make the same game but better. If I do a prompt into an AI and I say, preserve this game, make it run on modern hardware, and make the graphics better, that is going to give me a different result each time. Like, if you've ever been on ChatGPT, just do your prompt. Just have your one prompt and just, or whatever, Claude or bleh. I hate all of it. It's... Anyways. Python, welcome in. It is going well. It's going amazing. I hope that you are well today as well. But if you just sit there and just prompt, you're going to have something that is kind of similar, but is different each time. Just a little. Just a little bit. And if your eye is on preservation, then that is going to be a situation of, well, I want to preserve this. I don't want this changed. I want this just here and available. So if archivism, which is the requirement of preservation of anything, like I don't see how generative models, because AI is also a wrong term. It is artificial, but there's nothing really intelligent about it. They're generative models. So basically it searches the depth and breadth of the internet to try and find the information that it thinks that you, or not that it thinks, it's trying to find the information that matches the input that you have provided. So it matches output to input. That's all it's doing, fundamentally. I mean, in the form of saving info into an AI. Yeah, but here's the thing, like, what is to stop that information from getting corrupted? Because, again, AI doesn't... There is a job for most of the companies that have imposed generative models in their work process have employees that are dedicated to checking the work of the generative model. So if that is what is required, you might as well just have a human do it. Like, that is my perspective. And honestly, I don't think that archivism is a skill. And if we outsource that skill, then we will not develop that skill. And that is something I think that humans should work to develop skills. We should not outsource our skills to convenience processes. Like, convenience is good to a point, but then you hit this point of critical mass, and that is when it becomes a situation of, okay, like, what are we actually, like, what am I as a human being gaining from this? Am I growing from the fact that I can use ChatGPT? And if I really interrogate that idea, I'm not. I'm actually, like, they've done brain scans on this. You get dumber. Convenience and moderation. You should do things that are hard. Your brain is an adversity machine. The human body will only grow in circumstance of adversity. Your muscles will only grow when you stress them. Your brain will only grow when you stress it. The human body is designed to accommodate stress. And if you remove all stress, your body's going to start making shit up. Corrupted data is only physically possible if it's inside, let's call it, the cloud. Similar system should stay there, say... The cloud is... The idea that the cloud is not physical is incorrect. Everything that we have has a physical manifestation. So even if I'm going to indulge the idea, what if artificial intelligence was doing all the archivism and curation, right? You still have to maintain the physical stuff. You have to cool the database. You have to make sure that there's no corrosion. You have to make sure that the solders aren't cracking, so on and so forth. Like, I'm not denying that you might be able to marginally streamline the process. Maybe. But at the same time, I think that, you know, the utility of that conversation, I still go back to the point of, if stuff gets changed because there is an AI curating this data, you know, if a human's doing it, at least we have some accountability there. And at least we have like, we know what happened. But anybody who works in IT can tell you, sometimes data just, like, you know, sometimes stuff just goes nuts. It just goes bad. It should only read the data out for you? Okay, well then what's... Like, okay. I'm needing you to be specific, because I'm kind of... I feel like I might be losing the script here a little bit. So, what exactly do you want this AI to do that you think would aid in games preservation? What process is that thing going to occupy?
For now.
But, by the way, I'm not being, I'm sorry if I'm coming off this way. Genuinely. I'm not being hostile. I do have a little bit of antagonism when it comes to this kind of technology. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna wear my heart on my sleeve here. But ideas are important, and I am open to ideas. It's just, I am failing to see the benefit of what is being proposed. And that could be due to my own caprice. Definitely. Olgoth boy. Duche.
You funny looking.
Mother says that adventures are bereft of any and all worth as meaningful members of society, should therefore be treated as the dogs that they are.
Good God. That got dark.
Your acquaintance I am glad to have made.
I'm trying to meditate, adventurer. Come and see me later.
We have a fellow named Ike.
Step right up, step right up.
And hear the tale of dread placed before thee. Join with me as I, adventurer extraordinaire, Ike Cascadon Vendar, lead yet another group of brave souls through the very seat of danger in the realms. To Durlag's tower we shall go, and witness the perils that have taken the lives of hundreds of courageous men and women. See the horror and the treacherous traps. Feel the presence of the long languishing dead. Marvel at the wondrous wealth buried below. Not for the weak of spirit, as I will not be held accountable for any heart failure during or after our expedition. Step up, one at a time. Good. Good people of noble blood who would throw down the gauntlet in the face of chance. Come, see the lengths a man must go to protect what's his. A special package deal of 60 gold for your entire group. Not that you would need a discount. You have a deal, sir. When are we to leave? That will fill my quota for this trip. We'll leave forthwith. Remember to kiss your loved ones goodbye, for you may never see them again. Meet me at the base of the tower. You would surely be killed without me, but fear not. Only I can enter where others fear to tread.
If I go to Durlag's tower, I want to be rested? Okay. Sounds good. Alright, so we do have ads popping up right away. And I've already gone an hour over time, so here, let's do... AI can save programming languages, so the core data of games should be safe, and without the programming language, AI can't work at all. So basically what you're saying is you want this to only know machine language and read the data. That's it. It's not going to be programmed to change the data. It is literally only going to be, you press a button and it reads out the data for you and it can make the game. There we are. Right, let's head over here, shall we? You know, honestly, I could see where you're coming from insofar as you think that would provide utility. But I think that the way that I conceptualize how AI would actually be used in games preservation is if there is a game that is missing data, if there is a game that needs to be recompiled, something that we've got like 50%. We can't quite get the original game, but we have pictures, we have this kind of thing. I would imagine someone trying to be like, okay, AI, here's photos of the game, here's descriptions of what the game is like, here is the current data set for this game, here's the current code for this game. Please recreate this game. And then it would, but is that the same? Is that the same game? We would kind of be taking it on, you know, the flip of a coin, chance. So I understand your perspective, and I agree that there could be some utility to that, but in the way that I see us actually using generative models, we're using it as generative models, right? So I would worry, is basically what I'm saying, and I do worry. But with that said, our time in the game library is once again drawing to a close. I would like to thank each and every one of you for tuning in. Thank you for all the resubs. Special thank you to Hadrian for the raid. I am going to shout out Hadrian once again, who was good enough to trust us with their community. So, they were last seen playing Conan Exiles. If that sounds like a game that you vibe with, I would go click on that heart button, check out Hadrian's channel, watch a couple VODs, see if you vibe with the experience, and then, if you do, go ahead and drop a follow. As I said, they were kind enough to trust their community with us tonight. Alright, with that said... Sorry, I'm just making sure I'm caught up on chat here, because there was quite a bit of typing going on for a little while there. Okay, it seems like I am caught up with chat. Okay, with that said, my friends on YouTube, thank you so much for watching. By the way, everybody, I have a new YouTube video out. So, if you would be so kind, if you have not watched already, head over to the YouTube channel and, if you would like, watch my most recent video. It really does help. I'm making a really concerted push to get monetized on that platform, and I'm trying to be a little more frequent with my long form videos. I'm not doing so much short form anymore. I wasn't really getting value out of it, so I'm doing mostly long form these days. You will be getting a link when we raid out to the Beacons page, so if you've not followed me on Instagram and all those other lovely platforms, you can follow me there if you would like. But let's see who we can raid out to on the Twitch side. Okay, so we've got Rainlight playing some Blueprints. We have Nikki the Bard, probably with Audibel, playing some Baldur's Gate 3. Last time we raided Luna... so let's see who else we can raid. Okay, so Gavatron. Playing Marvel Cosmic. I've never heard of that game before. Oh, okay, Addie's on. Addie's on. We're gonna raid Addie. Addie's playing some Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. Very cool retro title. One that I'm very interested in playing, actually. So, I'm gonna be nerding out with you guys. But, with that said, first message is for those of you who have subscribed and have access to all our community emotes. Second message is for those of you who have simply followed and would like to join in on the raid fun. My friends, it has been the pleasure of a lifetime getting to stream to you all again this evening. I will be back again on Monday with the viewer-requested game. The first one in the channel's history. Assassin's Creed Rogue. It's my first Assassin's Creed game. I have not played an Assassin's Creed game before, so this is going to be interesting. We're taking a break from Dead Cells. But, with that said, until next time, I ask that you be well. And I will see you on the next one.
Alright, let's go down. I'm so proud I am the only one who is special in a heart. Once again, here. Anything up here? Hang on.